shadows gather and the dark skies weep, the quiet saviors of Emon do not sleep. Defenders of Westrum, their banner unrolled, divine champions of prophecy foretold, stewards of vestiges, ancient and bright, they stand as a shield in the gathering night, foes of the betrayers, bound by a vow. The aurora concordant is answering now, for the hero is found, not in glory or crown, but in standing to fight when the darkness comes down. Through the fire and the thunder, the shadow and stone, they carry the light, so we walk not alone.
All right. Okay, welcome. There we go. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome to Emberhold, the most paranoid place in Tal'Dorei. You all enacted your plan. You're like, we're gonna play the politics. You allowed yourself to be teleport captured by the Duergar, with Ketwin, Princess Ketwin. And, yeah, that went strangely at first, but things kind of worked out. Seems that Ketwin largely passed many of their verification tests, and you were allowed audience. People were wanting to see this all happen, you know? And then you guys, surface adventurers, big no-no down here in Emberhold, were seen along the supposed princess and heir to the throne. Probably quite surprisingly, all the people in the room, the High Priest of the Crawling King, the envoys from Runeshak, the Drow city, the military advisor, and of course the Ember King himself. From amongst all these people, whatever persuasions you've succeeded or failed upon, in the end, you certainly did well enough, Ketwin certainly did well enough, that the king has allowed you all to stay as honored guests. You are not sort of imprisoned or executed or tossed away or what have you. Maybe there's a little spark of hope there, if that's the case, if he was willing enough to, not immediately just sort of throw this political opposition down the garbage chute. You guys conducted yourselves quite well. Ketwin, under the influence of a spell, conducted herself probably better than she ever expected she could, which is very true. And, here we are in Emberhold. You guys dropped Ketwin off at one of the homes in the city to kind of let her play, like, getting to know the basic people. Maybe a move on your own to kind of like help Ketwin empathize with her people, as she has sort of lacked that in the past. But now the city of Emberhold is open to you. While you have passed this first trial, make no mistake, you are in a den of wolves. Handing out fruit went really well. Most certainly went really, really well to the poor and nearly, basically indentured. But this is a game of politics, and unfortunately, in such a tyranny, the little folk have not much power. The Drow are surely making moves, perhaps the general, the high priest, who knows what they're planning behind the scenes. It's up to you guys to see this plan work and get ahead of the game and, well, make all your dreams come true. That is where we'll pick up today. So you guys are in what I believe is considered the first ring, which is the upper district of Emberhold, where the commoners are, with the help of. I need to take a little better notes. Sorry, I've got so many notes here. It's hard to keep track of anything. But alongside who was formerly the intake commander, and seems to have now allowed himself to sort of become part of the honor guard, or part of the guard of Ketwin. This former head of household guard to the previous monarchs, on a very high persuasion check, sort of revealed certain things to you all about maybe the inner workings of places and about how people generally consider the previous monarchs to have been under the domination of the aberrant tyrant that they've recovered. And it was a great taboo for him to speak this way, as it's generally considered a mighty disrespect to the king and queen, but nonetheless has spoken this truth to you, which is progress. So, what is next for all of you?
Once we've got the handout going, and it seems to be going pretty well. Ember wants to ask uh uh
Yeah, I can
Bondrahek,
get it. Oh, go ahead.
uh where is the Drow litigation? At which point Ember will turn away from him and spit on the floor, being housed.
Fair enough. And uh, he stifles a grin as you turn back to him, like an approving grin. Maybe more than he meant to. He says, "Well, they'd be in the fortress. They are also honored guests to the Ember King, so that is generally where they are. But much like you, they have the ability to go where they please. But ain't been seen much outside the palace from what I heard."
Do you know anything about them?
Sure, sure, probably more than you do. Um,
I'm sure.
and again, he's still being translated. Without Yvaine, you guys are like a little dead in the water because these guys speak Undercommon. You have heard Dwarvish being thrown around by the Duragar, but Undercommon is the common here. You guys speak over. Make no mistake. They speak Common. You guys speak over Common. Is the best way to think of it these days. Uh, uh, let's see here. Let's see here. Information. You'd say they're housed in the guest vaults up in the fort or down in the fortress. Who do they have? So there's the lead envoy, Vale Tissarin, who's a slippery, silver-tongued kind of individual, very, very good speaker, and has begun to sort of insert his claws into the court to some degree. He also has a personal bodyguard who's one dangerous son of a bitch by the name of Captain Shavra. She's fairly deadly, but I imagine she's dangerous. She's quick, from what I hear. They also brought an advisor they don't oft bring to court a lot. This hooded fellow with this strange mask. Never actually see this one at court a lot, but there's a lot of strange rumors. Nobody even knows their name. There's rumors that they're aberrant. None of the
Well,
other Drow hide their faces, and we know that Bryn Shack associates with them. So
When we
Willingly.
go
Ew.
back to our quarters, can you walk us past where they're housed?
yeah, I can point it out to you.
That would be lovely.
Right. You wish to go now?
I, I, I I'm out of fruit.
Fair enough. And then he'll turn to the other dwarves, and Yvaine, you'll know he's essentially. Well, I want to put a little more like undercommon translations in, just so we're like getting the vibe. You guys are being translated for, but it's good to hear it every now and again. He turns to the rest and says, uh, he says, Opfel de dra rusika ser for me. And the soldiers all turn in formation and begin to sort of reroute you guys back towards the major lifts. And you would just know, Yvaine, that means we're headed back to the keep and a call for a formation, essentially. But people speak like this often, this like strange, like vowel, like dark undercommon language, sometimes spoken slower, more sinisterly, but it's a dark language. Very well. You guys begin to head back. Let's see here. Okay. You get on to the lift. You head down. There will be no further complications. Are you guys picking up Ketwin, or are you leaving her in the district?
She's got a retinue with her, and if we get up to shenanigans, having a little bit of tactical separation may not be the world's worst thing.
Fair enough. Just curious, yeah. Okay, beautiful. You turn and you make your way back. Uh, okay, so you leave the Ashen Gate district and make your way down back to the fortress, which I believe is the Obsidian Fortress. Da, 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 da. Getting the names of things. I have a habit of overcomplicating my notes by accident. Okay. Yeah, you make your way back down to the palace. You see this like grand, obsidian fortress. You guys walk through a choke point, and maybe some of you, maybe more like Kiro, who is like a fighter, maybe more tactically inclined individual. You walk through this gate, getting the full visual of like what it would have been like to have done like a frontal assault at this place, and like see the like dozens of arrow slits and ballistae and like hard gate, and just coming through this like small, like basically one by one tunnel, and being like, "What sucked." Tremendously sucked. Not to mention that there's clearly a number of what do you call them? I guess they would be like flow slots that you imagine probably open up and release lava into this tube. So it's like a wall, arrow slits, ballista, and then like pump lava into the room. So you're like, we could have handled it. We could, right? We could have done this. But nonetheless, you make your way past and back in. He is going to indeed show you into your wing here. I might just get rid of these windows because I'm not too useful anymore. I'm trying to keep track of everything. All right, that's actually a lot. Okay, scroll. There we go. Okay, so you essentially make your way past this like these series of vaulted doors. Like I'm not gonna say that they're like the Fallout vault doors where they have like the spinning like mechanics and everything to them, but it's a decent adjacent, and the doors to your section are like this as well. You get the idea is like if someone were to get inside the palace, then like physically breaking through these things would take substantial amount of time to do so. They're giant adamantine doors. And he walks past one. It is closed right now, and it's these huge, like locked and vaulted doors that are guarded actively by Duergar, and he'll just kind of give a gesture of the head quietly. Say, that's where your counterparts are.
I'm going to pause and I'm going to admire the stonework away from the door. Don't want to be
Yep, fair
anywhere
enough.
near the door. At which point I'm going to activate Ghost Sight, which will allow me to see through solid objects to a distance of 30 feet.
Okay, are there any restrictions for that?
Uh, Ghostly Gaze. Uh, As an action, you gain the ability to see through solid objects to a range of 30 feet. Within that range, you have dark vision if you don't have it already. The special sight lasts for 1 minute until concentration ends. During that time, you perceive objects as ghostly transparent images. Once you use this invocation, you can't use it again until you finish a long or short rest.
All right, very cool.
And
Yeah, you just
I'm looking for the layout of the room, if I can make out any of the people. uh if you're wearing a mask and you're standing within that 30 feet, I'd be interested to see what's underneath your mask.
fair enough. Yeah, you're able to sort of see through. Ember's like, oh, very interesting. The Duragard guards are like they're like, what's this guy's problem? Obviously cautious around use such people. But you look through beyond the vault door. There's no further great defenses. It becomes much like yours, a living quarters at that point. It's like a suite. There's, multiple rooms for sleeping in. There's a common area. A place to write, a place to sit, a place to dine. Uh, you know, very, very nice accommodations, much like your own. Within, as of now, let's see what you find inside the vault. Um, okay. You're gonna see a couple of things. Let me get a perception check from you, just to like you're looking
Okay.
through, but this is about for specifics.
That'll be. I I think I need that number to be higher. But the question is, does it? Oh, wait, it doesn't apply to that. So I'm gonna blow and take my inspiration because I have it. Because I really wasn't happy with that number. That's the number's a little bit better. That gives me a 15.
Okay. So first thing that's noticeable is that it is in every bit in essence, much like your own, a gilded prison. It has no windows. It has, um, beautiful curtains of some kind of like monster silks, probably. Um, there are like things on the walls that look like windows, but they're basically just like opaque slats of obsidian that are impossible to see through. Um, the door itself in front of you expect is probably warded in some way as well as trapped if it was fucked with. Um, I would even say, oh, okay, with a 15, never mind. So yeah, it's a gilded prison, but there are people inside. There's a couple people inside. You can't hear what they're saying, but they are seeming in some kind of deep conversation. You see the two people that you saw from the original court hearing. You see the head envoy, who is like a mage of some kind. Um, you see oh, that's right. Sorry. Vale is a Drow priestess. So she's the black leather clad, like haughty lady. She's kind of like speaking broadly, and everyone's kind of paying attention to her as she is like the head envoy, and everyone here is largely an advisor. Um, Standing off to the side in the corner, you would see her personal bodyguard, Captain Chavra, who is a male Drow warrior, fairly heavily equipped, very lithe, as you previously saw. There's a number of other guards around the room. You will see that, like, as they are speaking, there is a Duergar clerk inside who seems to be like there for messaging purposes, is like writing and keeping track of things and maybe answering logistical questions. You do happen to see the masked one. Um, uh, the masked one is in very like stylized, heavy, layered, intricate robes that would be smelteringly hot to wear for a normal person. Considering even this fortress is fairly hot. This person's in like layered, clearly to cover themselves up robes. Um, they're very nice robes though. They could be very light for temperature purposes. That's not important. Um, the embroidery sort of around the cuffs, that are very stylized, are covered in like alien letters of some kind. This person looks like they're from outer space, like the way they're dressed. They wear just like a cracked white. No, it wouldn't be white. That's not because we're in the Underdark. They're wearing a. It looks very much like the Raven Queen mask, the drama mask, just like a plain white mask, but it's not white. It's like obsidian colored. It's black. Which to those here in the Underdark, that would be much more common than the white mask, or it would feel much more comfortable than the white mask. Um, Now, this individual, you can see through clothes. You can see through clothes with this ability.
Is it it gives that impression.
It gives that, yeah, that's what I got too. Um, just because I'm curious, and I always like to.
You know, it's like getting an X-ray.
Yeah, yeah. Solid objects in a range, and what happens? Let's just say that's from. Yeah, fair enough. You focus really hard, and you're going to see a creature you maybe have only ever really heard about, Ember, in storybooks, but never confronted in reality. You are going to see that behind the mask are, as the sort of ghostly begins to fade, you see like an entirely hairless body, a cranium that is almost like oval shaped and longer at the back. Um, I'll say because it's like sort of like ghostly, the skin color isn't totally possible to tell what color it is, but it seems very pale. The eyes are like beady and glowy purple, much like many of the Duergar eyes here. And I think by this point you guys would gather that that's due to like a natural psionic ability. So you gather that this person has like psionic potential. What is the two most interesting things is a series of tentacles that are sort of held underneath the silken robe, that are sort of like twitching kind of movingly underneath the thick robe sort of laid against the chest. The rest of the body is almost like emaciatedly thin. It is clear that this person's potential does not come from their physical abilities. They're very thin and spindly. It probably comes from the power of their mind. And this person sits kind of off center, and just kind of arms dangle down at the side, so the sleeves kind of cover the long, almost tentacle-like fingers, and seems to advise the room, but makes where they're referred to. There's no indication of movement from the mouth in any way, so it's almost like they refer to this person, and then they continue their conversation a couple seconds later. I'm sure you gather what's
You're
going on.
getting one half of the conversation.
Yeah.
It's like watching somebody do sending your message.
Yeah. I'm no doubt you're gathering what it is. That is what you're going to gather from the room with that roll. That's what's most interestingly going on.
Okay.
And yeah, I'll give you one last thing here, because these would be very obviously like laying about and might be of interest. There seems to be like things scattered around the room. There seems to be like messages, communications. You see a number of like glowing crystals that are like very particularly shaped and sort of glow with like an inner magic, that people like actively interact with. There's clearly like physical evidence and information laying around them. But because you're looking at it like this, you're obviously not going to be able to like, read them over the table at
Yeah.
whatever
Yeah,
distance.
that's fine. The last thing I want to look for before pulling all the way out is piping, ductwork, seams and cracks.
I'm going to tell you what, because I think people overestimate the ability of deception. Like in examining something, why would we assume anything different? I'll say if you want to like do a more thorough like investigation of the room for such things, I'm going to first ask for a deception check to make
Okay.
these like all these guards believe that you really, really care about these doors and how cool these doors are.
22.
Yeah, easily done. Now I'll ask for an investigation check. I'm going to put the DC a little higher because the perception didn't give those to you originally.
21.
A 21 will largely do. Okay. You expect you're not getting everything. This is the inner palace, and you guys have missed things here in the past. But from what you are gathering, do you think that there is? Well, first and foremost, seems to be a hidden chamber within the room, that doesn't lead anywhere. It's more like a hidden doorway, if you will. You get the sense, and again, that sort of alienness. However it's being done, there is some kind of like psionic demi-plane that's been hidden in the room, or entrance into one, is the best way to put it. Or portal to somewhere that isn't, but you assume a demi-plane maybe, because you're a lamp guy, you're a genie guy.
Yeah.
You can probably look at them and guess. You get the sense that some of the stones that have been placed around the room aren't necessarily for messaging. You don't know what they do, but they're placed in such a spacing around the room. You get the sense that there's some kind of like defense the Drow brought in here, but you don't know what they do. But you expect they have some kind of defensive ability. For 21, you are going to see one other thing that is important. I'll give you two things. There are glyphs of warding around the room, and you expect that's been placed by the Drow presently, just by lettering wording. It was very subtle, but you rolled pretty good on your investigation. The last thing is very subtle, and it was sort of your 20, what you got out of it. The roof is in panels, and while you don't necessarily see them, you can probably expect that there are sort of lava flow slats up there. If the Duergar decide they need to, expunge a
Eliminate a
threat,
guest. They can eliminate a guest because they're
yeah,
paranoid.
because they're paranoid, exactly. And hey, if adventurers are attacking and they find themselves in one of these vaults and they can close the door and drop lava on them, why not? Or if they don't like the envoys anymore, or they don't like any of you anymore, you'll probably guess that these may exist in your room as well. They might at any time just decide that we will get rid of the problem after all. You don't see that with certainty, but the way that the panels are sort of segmented, you haven't seen that anywhere else in the palace, and you're like, there's a good chance. It's probably a good chance.
If I were a paranoid schizophrenic, that's exactly where I would put them.
Yeah. With all of this lava moat available and around everywhere, why wouldn't I? At that point, you do hear one of the Duergar interrupting is speaking in their strange tongue at you, sort of Ortiz Martar Gudos. Ortiz Makatortors.
I'm sorry. I was just so very taken.
Stuck. He kind of sort of agitatedly sort of now like kind of stamps his halberd on the ground as to say like, come on, get going.
And we'll move it along.
All right.
And then
Even the
once
commander
we get
looks a little like, okay, whatever.
and once we get into our quarters,
Yeah.
I will lean in toward the commander, pause, and then lean a little bit closer and say, I can confirm it's an aberration. And that's it. Not another thing.
Yeah, he just cocks an eyebrow at you a little like, you're weird. Because he's he goes, oh, I don't know. And he says something in a strange language at you with that's generally like a whoa, whoa.
That's fine.
All right, team. You find yourself in similar looking quarters. You hear the very hospitable sound of your door like sealing airtight behind you.
And it's at that point minor illusion goes up to, and this is the room layout. This is where the stuff is. And this is the person behind the mask. Yvaine, do you know anything about these things? You're our expert at weird shit.
I'll give that an Arcana if anyone's proficient with Arcana, because this is
I am actually,
yeah.
but
Then yeah, go for it.
She did take a while studying aberrations when she first realized she was possessed.
Gotcha. 14, Ember?
yeah, 14.
Okay. Yeah. This is one of the most famous boogeymen of the aberration type that is told in stories. And you guys having been told the story of Emberhold and Vox Machina enough times, it's come up. This is a mind flare. Mind flare are extremely mysterious creatures, but they are mind-dominating, powerful, psionic, tyrannical, alien-like creatures from the depths of the earth. And Vox Machina escaped a city of them at one point, and that apparently there's a city below Emberhold that is filled with hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of them, and each one has the potential to like if one dropped into Amon, there'd be big trouble. There'd be really big trouble. And there's like a city of them under Ember.
And one of them was the adjutant or in charge, depending on how you want to look at it, for the beholder that had the king and queen in thrall. So they've had the temerity to return with one.
We'll need to let the princess know before we see the king.
Absolutely.
Okay. Um, may I make a check to see if I know anything about these aberrations?
Um, you're not proficient with Arcana?
No, but I was possessed and did a bunch of research on them.
Yeah, I would say then that you're like about as familiar with them as like a lot of other people in the party. You were studying for something specific as to
Yeah,
what was going on with you, not necessarily all aberrations. So you would know probably what Hunter Horik told all of you guys, which is like, oh yeah, tentacle, mind flary, mind psychic people. But Ember's probably got a more thorough description.
perfect. Well, we know they control minds, and we can assume that one can control more than one mind.
I'll say just a final tag on for you there, Ember. You would gather from what you were told is that the great danger of these creatures isn't necessarily like they are psionically dangerous to confront one to one. What is their true danger is how cunning and intelligent they are. They're considered like superhumanly intelligent. So that is the true danger
They're
to
the
their
they're the they're
deviousness.
the plan maker.
Yeah, they're plans on plans kind of guys.
All right. Okay. We know there's an army moving on Western as we speak. How do we want to warn the others? No.
Have a
Five.
sending stone to the mayor
Okay.
so we can let her know. Um, we left a stone with the Dorolos, Percival to be specific, I believe.
Hmm.
And I have one for Zarvog. I can dream to Solomon at the library.
We are the Zeds still in the forest, or did we send them back to Western?
Zeds are in Western with uh
They're in
the air.
Whitestone. Yeah, they're in
Whitestone.
Whitestone.
Thank you. Whitestone.
Yeah.
Thank you. I meant Whitestone. I just said the wrong thing. I'm sorry.
It's all good.
I assume something will be going down tonight. So we may want to
Well, I don't know if that's necessarily the case because we don't know what all of the territory between here and there looks like underground.
no, but
Um,
the king did say that he's sent his army, so shouldn't we give a heads up to you?
sent your army and your army being imminently on site are entirely different things. If you were sending troops overland, you would expect a period of weeks for them to traverse this sort of distance. I can't believe that the underground is a well-worn trackway uh, that they can just rattle through with infinite speed. But we also don't know how long ago they were sent. Um,
So, is anyone proficient with survival?
Yvaine is.
Then I would say, Yvaine, you could confirm Ember's suspicions that like the traveling that took you guys from Craghammer to Emberhold, it was quite a um, abstract route, shall we say? It was not straight as the bird flies or straight as the mole digs. I don't know, whatever. But to move a group of 6 individuals towards here was a matter of quite some time. To move an entire army through caverns and pathways large enough to host such numbers and with structural integrity, so as your army's not falling hundreds of feet through the earth because of an overbearing weight, your survival instincts would tell you like they're on the way. I mean, there's no telling how long ago the armies were sent, but there's no doubt that the trip from Emberhold to Western would take quite a while. The question is, how long ago did they send them? And if there's, and well, we're getting into insight now, which I think you also have in Bane. There's one way to figure out. There's a couple ways to figure out how long ago they were sent. One of them might be to talk to this general guy, who seemed to had a little sparkle in his eye after those big pyres went ablaze when Ketwin got close to the throne. It's a game of politics. Gotta talk to people. Gotta snoop. Anyway, point is, there's a low chance that they've gotten to West Run Land.
I'd like to at least know when they left.
Well, I think talking with that general dude might not be the world's worst idea. Um, and we may be able uh, to spill a little extra tea with the confirmation of um, well, I would suggest posing it to the general as a question. Are you familiar with these things, pointing to uh, a minor illusion of Squidly, and why one would be in the Drow contingent? They're already
So,
paranoid. These things have to be on the paranoid list.
Ember, you're very, very good at this sort of thing. I am not, but I will also say this. I think we all have the understanding that we're going to be attacked from 2 or 3 sides. We know that Dark Eye is coming with demons, but we've always known first and foremost that the Duergar were coming. We've known about that from the start because that was the first person that Abbas brought with her, right? The one thing that Wistron is actually prepared for are the Duergar and the purple worms and all of the shit that they can do. And we've sort of already examined them, which is to say, politically, the Duergar are walking into their deaths. Indeed, Western may fall, but it will fall. Their deaths will earn the fall of the city. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is very much the Drow sending someone else in.
Oh, it's a cat's paw game, and it's not the Drow.
I'm
Let's
not the
let's be
person.
completely clear. If there's a cat's paw game going on, it's Squidface and his crew
Oh,
who are who are
entirely
using the
possible.
Drow as a cat's paw to cat's paw the Duergar.
And remember that the crawling king is very aberrant, and if he feeds on suffering, which is sort of what I'm getting, I mean, does it matter if the Duergar die, right? So long as they're suffering, like he's getting what he needs out of it. So whatever. Um, I don't like. I'm just trying to put together the arguments. I can't be the one to make them. Certainly not if I'm going to deal with the Drow, which this does complicate things.
Well, let's let's not overly complicate our lives.
Yeah.
Let's request an audience with the general, and we can have that discussion. We can ask questions about to to earn cachet. We ask questions about the mind flayer, as in, hey, did you know that?
Yeah.
Uh, to 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 buy some political cachet.
Should we talk to Ketwin before we go speak to the general?
I I think the answer to that has to be a yes.
I agree.
Because ultimately we want the cachet to belong to her, not to us, because it is much easier for her to present these questions and for that return of value. Because if the Duergar as a people were being manipulated and controlled, and the Drow have brought the ultimate manipulator and controller back with them,
That's pretty gross.
that's a pause for concern that the heir should make, because it proves her sincerity about the Duergar people and her intention to safeguard them. At which point, asking the question about, whose idea was it to march on Western?
Yeah.
Was that before or after the Drow got involved? That allows us to paint with a much bigger brush, but it has to be Catwin who's doing the painting, because she has the established bona fides of concern.
I agree. Hero, Drystring. Deal.
I think that as long as she's prepped ahead of time, I think it's a good idea. And as long as she understands why. Because that's the other part of this. We're supposed to be teaching her, showing her, modeling for her how to do all of this after we're gone.
Yeah.
And uh, I need a few minutes to rest. Um, at which point I will, move on from Squidly to the supposition about the ceiling panels, including the ceiling panels in here. If I can get an hour to take a short rest, because it's a short rest recharge for Ghostly Sight, I can examine ours to look at the mechanism to determine
Absolutely.
how it's opened, perhaps how it's triggered. Is there, like an upper room that's got, a bunch of turny valves.
I feel like that's a
You
really
know,
good use of our time, actually. Why don't
Yeah,
you why
that's
don't you stand and
fair.
take a breather?
well, the
You
the
can
the
make a
the
Yep.
The sideways thought is if I can figure that out, that's something I can absolutely put red on. And the the oops, we dropped lava on on all of the drow. Oops,
Um,
as a
I'm
as a
gonna.
as a backup option is not a world's worst idea.
Got it. I'm gonna ask more for an insight than anything because, I mean, if there are lava tunnels directly above your room, fidgeting with them while you're right underneath it is maybe not the best move, and it's also solid stone, so it's more of an insight than
Well,
investigation.
and that's why I have no intention of fiddling with it. I get the short rest, I get ghostly insight, or I get ghostly vision back, at which point I can take an X-ray of our ceiling to see how it's been put together to
Okay.
look for where the lava tunnels and channels run because red is immune to fire. So
Yeah. Okay.
that becomes
Go ahead
a
and make it an investigation check.
oh, that's fucking fantastic timing for that. That'll be a 29 on a natural 20.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, you're gonna get some stuff. That's pretty damn good. Okay. Let me just scroll through all of my wonderful defenses I put into this place. All right. Here we go. So, sight tells you that absolutely there is a layer of lava above not only your roof, but you expect above the entire floor, uh, within side of the this floor of the Black Citadel. It might be all floors. You don't know. You'd have to go do a more thorough examination. It's possible that they have basically built the city in a massive lava sandwich where you've got district and then thin lava and then district and then thin lava so that so they have the opportunity to drop lava on people. Anyway, so you're absolutely correct. There is a lava layer. You do find the panels, there's two of them, that are meant to be retracted. They are solid stone slabs that fit into the roof widely and airtight. So it's like this massive stone block that's sandwiched between um uh basically the opening that would be to your room, and then that massive slot is attached to big spigots that have been drilled into the slot that can then be through chains built into the ceiling pulled back within the ceiling, and then the lava can be dumped through. But because that they're wider and heavy and extremely heavy, wide and heavy in surface area over top, um the lava doesn't get through because it's airtight. And you're kind of follow the chains and you see it certainly connects to frankly a really impressive series of chains and gears and mechanisms, pulleys, that you would need to follow further on. But it does not seem that the mechanism is controlled from directly outside the room. With how well you rolled, you expect that there's probably some kind of master security chamber within the Black Citadel somewhere, where there's a guy who can go crank, so that these places are all dead. Despite their paranoia, the craftsmanship of dwarves, their skill with mechanism is incredibly impressive. So you're not controlling it from this room or outside the room, but there is probably somewhere in the Citadel to go to
Okay.
access this. Probably a central area, so you would be able to control the defenses from that one room. Is probably where you imagine. Is it? Maybe. probably very well
Yeah.
guarded, though.
Well, that would make an abundance of sense.
Yeah.
Uh,
I will say, because it's been like, you guys have probably been back in the room for like, I'm being a little generous, but like an hour and a half. I'll say at this point, the doors open and Princess Catelyn will return. She's been gone long enough. She comes back in with a bit of like a look in her face that isn't as like sternly like, oh, fuck the Duergar, like, oh, these people are crazy. You see that there's a little bit more of like a, she's seen another side of the city that she didn't know about. It's very easy to generalize, you know, a culture of people where all evil is like now seen. What and by the way, that district was called the Cinder Ones, which is the second highest level in the in Emberhold. So now that she's seen the truth of the Cinder Warrens, you can see a little bit of a look in her eye of like something she's got to think on, some contemplation to be made. Maybe things aren't as black and white as she originally assumed. She turns back up and says, so, what have you all been up to?
a
Why is Ember
little bit of
standing on the
this,
couch?
little bit of that. Uh, do do either of well, the only one here who probably can't be read is Yvaine. We'll move as far away from the front door and wall as we can get
Okay.
within our quarters.
You rolled well enough that I'm going to say that you're pretty certain there's no listening devices in the room. At least nothing you can perceive.
Well, I am worried about a proxy of what I did to them being done onto us.
Oh, okay. Got it.
So
Got it.
if I get as far away from where our opposition would have access to the wall and door, because I know some of those things have got a range associated with them. The objective is to have that conversation outside of, outside of 30 feet if we can get it. If we can get outside of 60 feet, even better. I just don't know how big the
Understood.
space is.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, you back up as deep into the room as you can. And I'll say that like those of you who have dabbled, maybe more Yvaine because you're the diviner of the group, and you think wittingly a lot of these walls have been created into the specifications of like a foot of stone or whatever the specifications are that most divinations won't pass through things. So you back into the room and kind of go into a hush circle together. You're probably pretty good. You guys are probably doing pretty good at this point.
At which point I will info dump for Catwin. Um, you know, these are the people that are in the Drow contingent. This is what, you know, head swinky lady looks like. This is her bodyguard. This is her advisor that no one sees. Uh, this is him without the mask and the robe.
Got it. It's like, what the fucking.
Fuck.
Actually, I've seen something kind of like that before, but not exactly like that. That's weird.
When?
I mean, I've been outside Daedrin's cavern. He's shown me the world.
All right.
I mean, not your world, but my world.
Well, it's another one of them again in a position to affect your people. Because one of them was, I'm not familiar enough with beholders to know whether the beholder was the proxy adjutant for the mind flayer, or if it was vice versa.
Okay. Guess
But
we better figure that out, eh?
which begs the question of, would you be willing to talk to the general?
Oh, sure. I mean, yeah. I mean, my royal advisor, so I'll happily take your advice.
Well, I think it would be useful to know a little bit more about that history with the beholder and their adjutant, and how that all came to be and played out. If he's a general now, he was probably reasonably high ranking then, so he would have some insights into that. And then you could proffer that by saying the Oracle
Yeah, sure. I'll
uh,
I'll talk
had
more.
had a vision of one of these creatures amongst the Drow contingent, somebody dressed in these big robes with an obsidian mask, uh, being brought back into Emberhold, and it gave you pause for concern. It may buy you cachet with them, with the general, at which point it may be worth asking when the Duergar army marched on the city of Western, the topsiders, and whose idea was it? I mean, if it came from the high priest and the crawling king, that's one thing, but if it came at the confluence with the Drow and this mind flayer thing, then that's a different pause for concern, because that's history repeating itself.
Okay. Well, I think we need to offer him something. I mean, just showing up and being like, "Hey, can you tell me all of your dirty secrets?"
Absolutely. The only thing that I can think to concretely offer is the fact that the Drow have absolutely brought a mind flare back into Emberhold.
I mean, as much as I wouldn't have that. I mean, are we sure they don't know that with certainty?
That's true.
This
Uh,
We're
place is
the
pretty
the intake
secure.
commander indicated that there's a rumor that there's an aberration
Okay.
amongst the Drow contingent.
Hmm.
Um, I don't think
All
they have
right.
confirmation of it.
Okay. Well,
I've
I
seen
like
it.
where you're at. All right. I like where you're at. I feel like we need to snoop. Get some concrete stuff. I mean, when people are this paranoid, they keep
They need an
secrets.
abundance of proof.
But more lovely for us is people who are this scared of everything are probably scared of each other too, which means they probably keep secrets. Which means if we can figure out these secrets, we
Oh,
can
that
bargain.
room is worded 8 ways to Sunday that the Drow have put up themselves, and they have access to a, a an extra planar space of some kind. I don't know whether it's a
Oh,
door, it's a room, or it's something that is on. At which point, Ember will just, minor illusion. This is the room. Right here is the door thing. Uh, you know.
are you saying you all can't handle it?
Oh, I'm saying it would require busting into, these quarters are built like vaults,
Hmm.
and they're guarded exteriorly, and there's stuff interiorly. Could we deal with it? Probably. But what we don't know is a lot. There are some warding materials, here, 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 here. We don't know what the triggering events are, but we know that they're there.
You don't think you
The
could sneaky your way in and, I mean, you know so much. I mean, you said you stared at the door and you know all of this? That's pretty impressive. Dreister, you're kind of live and dexterous.
I feel like the problem is we'd have to be subtle about it, and none of us. That's not something. That's not our level of. Mm.
if
And it works better in our favor if instead of they just randomly are no longer, if instead the king of his own volition kicked them to the curb.
Problem
Right?
is because he's not going to do that unless we have something concrete that would make him think that he ought to do that, right? And if there's going to be anything
Absolutely.
concrete, it's going to be in that vault.
Okay, so how do we get
I mean, you
access
know
to
the
the
whole.
inside of a protected vault? One, the Drow are going to have to be mostly out in court. That'll have Slinky Bitch, her personal bodyguard, and entourage in tow. It will leave Squidface and a few guards internal to that room.
Well, hang on.
Duergar
You
outside.
did, didn't you all say that you half expected the Drow to make some kind of like play? Weren't you saying you're expecting them to make some kind of like
Ab-
play against
abs-
us?
Absolutely. And
I
that's
mean,
that's one thing that I am currently concerned about.
We don't want to be separated for that.
Well,
aye,
I'm
but
I'm
it
I'm
could
not.
be a golden opportunity to sort of bait and switch them while they're not in their room, going after me. You could all step on inside, maybe, or one of you step on inside. I don't know. I don't do this crazy adventuring thing you all do, but I just throwing ideas out there. Because I tell you what, if we can find something concrete, I mean, I can work that.
I think Red could get around the wards.
Uh, Maybe.
You would know, Ember. You wouldn't. You need to get through that door.
Yeah,
That's the key to the castle. Getting through that door.
yeah. Well, I got something I need to try. Hold on. I'm gonna walk over to our door on the inside. It's locked.
Yep.
I'm
Yep.
presuming.
Yep.
Gonna reach out. I'm gonna rap on the door and cast knock because I know it.
The door slides open. There's a bit of sound, but not so much like there's the sound of it sliding against stone, but not so much sound that like if someone were like 2 hallways away that they'd hear it. The doors on the outside kind of look a little surprised. The two guards, it's not just two; it's probably several guards outside actually, but they look a little surprised the door opens, but not freaked out by it or anything. They just kind of, oh, okay, cool.
Her Majesty was wondering if it would be possible to get some liquid refreshment.
They they look puzzled at Ember and then look over at Yvaine. Basically say, "What? What?"
The
Available?
princess is thirsty.
There's a resound, and then they go, oh, and then they say, they look around, and they go, guys, the temple, and they all, like two of them go off, and then the door can reclose if you wish.
Yep. There we go. Okay, so it works. So getting in, if we can get the guards parked outside the door gone, is doable.
Well, gentlemen, gentle ladies, looks like we have the start of a plan.
It
I'm
does.
telling you, if you find some stuff in there, I mean, I'll have the look. I saw the look in that general's eyes when I got near the fire. Like, I need to pick his brain a little bit more, but if we had something concrete, I bet I could take it a long
And
way with him.
they've got stuff scattered about. I just couldn't read it. Didn't have a vision is good. It's not that good.
Right, right. Oh, and listen, I mean, like I said, everyone here is paranoid. If you guys think that there's like someone else to target who might be a little easier to get to, I mean, I'm sure
I
everyone here's got their secrets.
I think the generals. I think there's a connection and an avenue there because
Fair enough.
he also seemed to be not necessarily completely aligned with the high priest.
If you want to make an insight check to confirm that, Ember, you may go ahead.
I'll try.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Oh, fuck me. 9.
9. Yeah, you say that
17,
with
7.
yeah. Oh shit. Yeah, you say that with some maybe not uncertainty. Yeah. Well, I can figure that. I could probably, you know, good conversation. Little hardcore cold evidence that somebody's fucking around with him. I could probably get him tied around my finger. I mean, not entirely, but at least learn a bunch.
Okay. So
So we're sending Dryson in to break into the joint. Is that what I'm understanding?
Dreiser and Kiro give me you two give me like doer vibes. You're like ladies of action kind of individuals.
I hate sitting on my hands. It was actually my mother hated it. It annoyed her a lot.
You talk a
Your
lot
mother
about your
used to sit on
mother.
your hands.
She hated that I did. She hated when I tried to.
well,
Oh, you and
I
Dryson want to go snooping.
I I think that I think that if Ketwin is going to request an audience with the general, something courtly and obvious, brings her seer oracle with her, there is no way that the Drow aren't going to show up just so they can spike whatever tires are going to be possible present. That is going to pull some of the Drow contingent out of their office. Going to leave the Duergar who are outside because they aren't going to take everybody out, so the Duergar aren't going to leave that completely unmanned.
Or so you want me to like talk to the general and like, butter him up and stall him, and now the drow comes snooping, you break in and then deliver the evidence to me while I'm still talking to him, and then
That's
pull the big
that's
guns.
that's 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 my thought process.
Oh, the
Uh,
stakes are rose up. I like it.
wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Drow. Yvaine,
Yes.
I need you to teach me a phrase in Undercommon.
Which one?
I need I need to be able to say to the Duergar guards who are outside the Drow enclave, Drow don't need guarding. Why are you wasting your time on them? They're foul or whatever is the appropriate nastiness that would make them go, yeah, I think I need a beer and fuck off to have a smoke or whatever.
We're kind of May, now that bringing up Yvaine, I mean, if we're looking to distract the Drow, I mean, Drow are sneaky, sneaky people, and with all due respect, Yvaine, and you're a half Drow. I mean, if there's anyone who can lure them for some kind of clandestine conversation, wouldn't it be someone who's, one of them? As an option, I don't know.
Or shall I just send for them?
Maybe.
I
We
Just
could
have a brainstorm in here. I mean, you're Drow. I mean, maybe you could get something out of them if you pretend that you want to be like their snoop or something.
there are so many
Double
reasons
agent.
why I am uncertain why that would work.
Are you a good liar?
Not particularly,
Oh, okay.
unfortunately.
Dreiser can make you a better liar. She made me a better talker.
I can put them off balance if they were in a place to already look bad. I don't know if I can draw them.
yes, you can. And I know how you can do it.
I'm all ears. Lorinda,
You're not gonna like it.
please.
Ask them some direct questions about your mother.
I was just thinking that.
What is with this group and your mothers? Are you all okay?
No,
No,
not even a
No.
little.
It's not
No.
funny.
Not even a little.
I mean, I
My
get
Emma's
it.
mother
my
is
mom's just fine, thank
lovely.
you.
Okay.
Miss
all
Emma
right.
is lovely.
Yes.
What a strange name, Emma. 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 Sorry. No, never mind.
But that would certainly draw them in, and you could even provide, a little insight. It's not a lot, and it's nothing that they wouldn't be able to get on their own if they were so inclined. But that's a piece of cachet that can be molded and sold.
All right. Shall we just send word then, do you think?
I I think if we do that, but I think you would want to have that discussion somewhere that isn't either of our two guest quarters, but somewhere that is neutral. Um, so perhaps a an exchange series. They've been here longer than us. Let them suggest the place. But we suggest that it be neither of our guest accommodations someplace that's neutral and a a a tasty snippet of what you want to discuss, which is enough to set the hook to get them to come out to go to wherever.
This does make it look like I'm complicit with them, you realize.
I understand, but if it's just to draw them out so we can deliver the goods to the general while Ketwin is talking with the general, we can wash that.
It's true. It's true. If it matters to you guys, just to give you a more thorough breakdown of the places you are like allowed to go inside of the Black Citadel, there is the public court, which is probably not where you want to be. It's like public petitioners. You guys are all currently inside of what is known as the Crown Holds, which is like the royal household, various dining rooms, like lounge areas, and then the guest vaults that you're currently stationed in. That's generally where you probably ought to be. So those are the two places you guys have been given access to, the two districts of the Citadel that you guys have been given access to. So plenty of places to have like
if there are lounge spaces that are, we'll call them semi-private,
yeah,
then that may be a good choice. But that sounds like we're going to split ourselves into thirds. It's going to have Yvaine on her own, Ketwin on her own, and the three of us on B&E. And B&E is going to include probably a head-to-head confrontation with Squid Boy.
I'm willing to bet that the general wouldn't let anything happen to me while we're conversing.
And
if
I
you become a general, you're a man of duty, and as of now, it's his duty to protect the royal guests. I would be surprised if he would allow me to be assassinated right in front of him.
And if the Drow are busy doing something other, then their freedom to move would be reduced.
And also to mention, the general, if I'm there and the general are there, we're probably going to be pretty well protected when we add up all of our bodyguards and
Retinues.
defenses all in one, right? So, not an easy assassination. That sounds. She gulps.
That's the only thing that I've got to think of. I can try to join you, Yvaine, after I knock the door open. That way we're 2 and 2 and 1.
Bring up. I'm not very perceptive. I'm not trained to investigate a lot of things. I don't know.
The reason that I ask is because I previously, in a different life, before I met all of you, may have had stickier fingers than I do now. And I may have some new tricks that I didn't have now. So, if lying and stealing and thievery is where we're going, I'd volunteer.
You're a pirate, right? That's what you said?
I am. And for what it's worth, and this is a compliment, you plan a lot like a pirate, princess.
Yeah, I did. Cool.
What if Drycerin stays with me and
I go with
Emberhold
Kiro.
goes with Kiro?
That's a viable idea.
Just the bodyguard to the Oracle.
I like it. I mean, I
Okay.
don't like any of this. All of this sounds insane. But if we're doing it, I like the plan.
Okay, that's the
I
plan.
should message the priestess directly, but I have no idea.
Oh, we just send one of the charming Duergar guards to send a message. They had a they had a scribe, a Duergar scribe in with the Drow contingent who was taking notes and managing messages. So that's perfectly expected behavior.
Yvaine, do you happen to have protection from evil and good in your spells today?
I don't believe so, but I don't recall. Give me a moment.
Great bane of prepared casters. Always
It's been
prepared, but
prepared
never for
since,
the right thing.
I mean,
Listen,
protection
it's
from
like,
evil and good and detect evil and good have been in Drycerant's roster since we decided we were coming to Emberhold.
That's very fair. That was
Thank you very
very
much.
I can
entirely underrated
detect
stuff.
evil and good at will, which is lovely. Uh, I do not have my protection from evil and good. Um,
That's fine. I will be
presently
casting it
prepared.
on you when we have the conversation with the drow. I just had to figure out if I was going to. Unfortunately, Princess, I think it is time you come into your own power as a speaker. So
Oh, alright. I'm not like inept, right?
yeah.
Like I'm a sorcerer.
No,
I'm not on your all level.
I don't think you are. I just think this is much less lower stakes than us openly going to the king. So I am going to prioritize Yvaine not getting messed with.
Oh, I fair, but I wouldn't neglect that we're definitely all different dangerous levels. You know, the won't depending on how it goes down with the general and how long I can stall him. I might piss him off or something, and I don't know. But you're right. I think you're right. Is all what I'm trying to say.
Well, I think if you legitimately ask the general about what went on and allow him to tell whatever story that he's got to tell and ask those questions that you are legitimately curious about, that will effectively slow play the general for a pretty long period of time because it's you coming to terms with how all of this you know came to fruition.
Oh, sure. I've got some talking points. Jill pulls out. I think I've gotten some talking points ready for my meeting with the general. I
Okay,
should be able to stall him for a while, just if you know, don't keep me waiting. Can help it.
so we write out a note to send to the slinky slinky what's her name, uh and while they answer and reply to that, Yvain can teach me one phrase in Undercommon. Just the one.
And we can start with me teaching you that exact sentence.
All right.
Um,
Um. Okay. So in doing this, there's going to be two checks. The first of which is Ember. I'm going to ask for an investigation check, and that is to be very particular in the analysis of the pronunciations and the words and everything.
24.
All right. Yeah. sitting here in front of you, Vane, you pick it up very quickly, the enunciations and everything. Um, but as I'm sure we've all tried to like learn one phrase in another language, especially like a full ass sentence and not like dos cervezos, por favor, like something simple like that. Um, remembering it in 20 minutes, I will require a second check for recall. But you did very
That's
good
fine.
here, so the DC will be lowered. Okay, sweet. Ember has learned his phrase. Um, uh, what now?
And I think it's we send two two notes off. However the Duergar do that. One to the Drow contingent, to their chief of station, the Drow high priest, and the other to the general on behalf of Ketwin,
Mhm.
requesting an audience in both cases,
Got
but
it.
different.
Oh, Kevin will say, "Oh, and one thing, before we do anything, I'm gonna have to insist on a no-kill rule. I know you might get attacked or things might go sideways, but we're in a pretty hostile territory here. I mean, if you beat someone up and then their dudes are unconscious, that's an insult to them, and that's good for us. And that makes them look embarrassingly bad at what they do. If you kill them, now it's a crime against them and they've been, done
Oh,
badly. So,
absolutely. We agree with you totally.
okay, cool. Cool, cool,
I
cool,
think
cool.
all of us decided killing were off the table when we heard genocide could be a thing around here.
Yeah, we're trying to we're trying to
Mm.
we very much want to do the right thing here. All right, so
Mhm.
So let's go to work.
uh absolutely, and Yvaine will sit down to pen a note to the priestess.
Um, as a quick question for you there, Umber, what's the backup plan if it doesn't work out?
The
Because
backup
I might
plan,
have a little magic that could help.
um,
I have a spell that could hypnotize them for a period of time
uh, that's that's an option. Uh,
as a backup, maybe.
I've got another one that leaps to mind where I just shunt them to somewhere else.
Okay. Okay,
Uh,
fair.
I
Just wanted
I
to
I
lend a
effectively
hand.
banished them.
Wow. Okay, cool. I just wanted to no, I just wanted to lend a hand if it was needed. But sounds like you got it covered. All right, team, let's fuck with the drow. No? Okay.
No, I'm sorry. I'm
Um,
sorry. I was already writing, but yes, let's. Huzzah!
let's. Huzzah. I like that. Um, all right.
Hey!
And with that, we will get this show on the road. Um, so we're gonna say a little bit of time passes. Sort of a little skip two, where both meetings are set up. Again, there's no time frame. There's no sun, right? There's nothing in that level, so it's not like let's meet at night on the edge of town. It's always night on the edge of town. Um, so really, you just kind of get a message. I'm gonna actually roll for response times. Which messenger comes back first? Um, so rolled a 10 for the general and 8 for the drow. So the message to meet with the drow, Yvaine. What are you sending to the drow? Just like let's hang out? Like, what are you sending to them?
I was actually just writing that down, but I think I can just do it. It says,
Okay.
"Good evening, priestess. I was curious as to whether you were the personal emissary of the Spider Queen's champion. Time is a weird soup. And I'm wondering, hold on. Time is a weird soup. But Lorinda should have been released from her silken bonds by now.
Is there any request for a meeting in there?
If
Yeah, cool.
you would like to speak further, feel free to message me.
Okay.
Signed, Yvaine.
Make me a deception
Yvaine
check.
Starborn, Oracle to the advisor to the princess Ketwin, yada yada yada, and put all of Ketwin's shit in there.
All right, make a deception check.
Not my best score. I don't want to roll that dice. I'm sorry. I'm going to be picky now. Okay. It's not too bad. 16. I'm sorry, no, 17. It was 16 on the dice. 17. I know, I'm sorry, I don't have charisma. And my little +1's not going to get me very far.
Will receive you'll receive a message. It will essentially say give me a second here. To advisor Yvaine, we of Runeshak are always interested of information regarding how our Great Lady of Silk and her machinations are playing out upon the wretched surface world. If you message sent, but if you wish to discuss this further, you may meet us in one of the, gives you a time. Basically, it's like, meet us at the hall at this time. And that time is going to be not too far off, but a little bit earlier than when Ketwin's meeting with the general has been scheduled. Which might actually end up working out pretty pristine. I rolled 2 dice randomly. That's what kind of came out.
All right. Well, I know who my meeting is.
Okay. Yvaine and Drystrom head out, by the sounds of it, to go meet at one of the in the royal holds here, one of these sort of dining rooms to meet. This is by definitely a like semi-private setting. This is like corner booth at a fancy restaurant. So while you'll have private conversation, there will be other people around. General, however, definitely sends a message to Ketwin, far less in sort of public circumstances, and I think Ketwin's message would have been very gracious, been like, I'd be honored to have a conversation and perhaps a drink to discuss how complicated things are getting within the city of the Duergar at a time and place of your leisure. You're probably a very busy dwarf. And then he says, there's no check there. He simply says yes, and basically gives, he actually is going to summon to his offices in the war rooms. What's it called? The War Rooms wing of the Black Citadel, which is a place that you guys have been formally restricted from. So this is slight access, but this is still like his office, which could be good. There's opportunity, but nonetheless. Kevin says, "All right, well, I'm off to see the general, and you're off to see, well, Yvaine and Dryson are already gone. Kiro, Hamber, good luck." I'll be sure that I'll do what I can to make sure that your ability to get to talk to me is seamless. Yes, Dryson.
When Yvaine and Dryson get there, are the Drow already there, or are we there first?
Let's play that out. So I'm going to change command to Aspire. Yeah, I admit I've made a very large, complicated Emberhold, and there isn't really a Tailspire map to match it up there. And building one custom, let's just say I've tried that before, and it takes a couple months. So this is more for set decoration, or a general combat use if that happens. But for the time being, you guys are going to be called in. You'll be attending here. Well, I'm going to do something a little bit more dwarfy sound. You are going to make your way into the Royal Hold. You will not be first, no. You make your way over, and it is very much like a dining hall. There is a table where the king will sit. Actually, you know what? This is probably like dining out, considering the etiquette of everything. A lot of people are present in the dining hall at this time. King Thangrul II is present, and he is sitting at his high table, surrounded by an exceptional number of guards. He does have sitting at his table with him the High Preceptor Malgora, who is the High Priest of the Crawling King, sits there, and then a number of other delegates and individuals that you don't identify. There's a couple of seats open, and you are going to see that the Drow do have a seat that is closer to the high table, but it is separate, and it is their own. And it does have enough distance from other tables that people could hold private conversations. So there is a level of etiquette here. And seats are lined up ready for, for Yvaine. Yes, Christ.
Well, I would like to, if we are already in the door, I'd like to pull Yvaine back behind some doors or into a hallway and cast protection from evil and good on her.
Okay. Fair enough. Very fair. Protection from evil and good is up.
And then probably find a random seat where I can keep an eye on Yvaine, but I'm not next to Yvaine.
There is probably a seat that is considered like Ketwin's table, and you kind of go over and sit down. You start getting served food and everything. You're kind of dining for one. You guys enter the hall, and you guys are all looked at with, it's very much like you enter into the bar and everyone's like, ha 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 ha, and then the thing's open and it goes quiet. Distinctly quiet as you two walk in. You guys are Nazis in their eyes. And you kind of walk in. Some people are almost they wouldn't be openly scornful, you're guests of the king, but it's very clear hate in their eyes. The king doesn't greet you necessarily, but watches you enter and just kind of has his eyes on you, sort of assessingly. of like who you are and what you do, your behaviors. The guards all tense. And then as you make your way about half of your hall, banter slowly begins to resume. Yes, Yvaine?
If the king is there, Yvaine would at least approach as closely as she could to the table just to give a bow of the head to acknowledge him and then go to the drow's table. Like she would do him the courtesy one would pay a king, even if she says nothing.
That's fair. That's fair. You make a small but elegant sort of address of respect to the king. He makes no returning gesture, but that doesn't lead you to believe that this was any less an appropriate thing to have done. So bonus points to you. He kind of watches as you do it. You don't see a squint of like hate or whatever in his eyes. You know what? I'll give you an insight. I'll give you like or better yet, what's your passive insight?
24 or 25, I'd have to go look.
Oh yeah, it's 25. Yeah, fantastic. You get close and you bow and you kind of look at him to kind of assess where he's at. His eyes are softer towards you all than you might expect. Still hard and reserved. You don't have his full trust, but you get the sense that your initial meeting with him maybe caught him off guard. And you get the sense there's probably more going on behind his head than just brooding hate, like a lot of other Druid are. To his credit, he might be a little bit more wiser than you might expect. But either
After
way,
that, I will.
You make your way over to your seat, Drastrin. You make your way over to your seat. You start getting fed like mushroom steaks and whatever, like foods, by sort of a Duragar staff that does not treat you with any sort of personal like. This is the serving staff. They are completely obeisant and obedient and respectful. If a little nervous, I will put that there. To approach this like big ass lizard dragon lady with the muscles like a fucking. They kind of come over and kind of serve to the best of their ability, but there's clearly like they're like holy fuck.
Grace tries to use her politest manners. She's trying to be so nice.
Yeah, to you go. Oh, thank you. To them, you go. They're like, oh shit. By no fault of your own, you're a really built scary dragon lady. You're the fucking like follower of the war god. You're impressive.
Dreiser is proficient in intimidation, so like.
Yeah, I'll tell you.
It's not.
I'll tell you what. I want you to roll me an intimidation check, and let's see if you can roll well.
Oh
We're
no!
doing like a reverse check. Let's do it.
Oh no!
What do you got?
At least there's gonna be no attention on Yvaine, because that was a 19 on the die, and I'm pretty sure I had a +4.
Oh man, dude.
I do in fact add a +4.
Yeah, you're doing things in your pot. Like, you've ever tried to not be intimidating before, really? You've really been like sort of a guard up kind of individual. You try and do the things you think would be like super chill, and you kind of like relax, untense your muscles and whatever, and kind of like droop your head down a bit so you're not like doing any of this. But how it comes off to them is like, like that dragon that just has like this kind of like lording around like lazily, and it's like almost in that laziness there's just like this passive apparent power that like it's like that's their bicep when they're not flexing, like that's kind of the vibe, and so to them you're like you're like thank you. To them you're like yes, thank you. You have a hard time getting for the rest of the night. Waiters generally are probably drawing straws about who has to come up to you. You're a fairly scary individual. Even some of the guards are like.
Like I said, at least the attention's on me, and Yvaine can have her conversation in peace.
And to your credit, attention is on Drystrand. Like some of the warriors are like taking this as a personal challenge. Like Drystrand's sitting there like all relaxed like this, and it's like she's not even scared. She doesn't even care. She thinks she's completely safe. And like it's pissing people off. And yeah, so attention is not on the Drow. It's on Drystrand. Drystrand's drawing a lot of attention, which is kind of a good thing.
This would be how Drystrand steals a room. She wouldn't. It's not glamour. It's not being pretty. Nah, she just. Everyone freaks out.
Yeah, and also these guys don't see a lot of Dragonborn, so whereas all you would see Drystrand looking around like, why are you looking at me? They see like a, why are you looking at me? Kind of like dragon, natural dragon.
Yeah.
Dragon fear is a natural feature of larger dragons, so naturally you're kind of scary to the untrained eye. But meanwhile, at Yvaine's table, with great politeness, the Drow stand as you approach. Envoy Vale Tisran is there. She is in a gorgeous long black dress of like silks, and there's a very subtle sort of silver threading in the design of the dress to sort of like show like almost like a spidery like apparel. Like spider webbing almost, very subtle into the black, but admittedly beautiful. She is attended to on her right by Captain Shavra, who again is a Drow bodyguard who has not dressed up for tonight and remains as practical and prepared for battle as he has at any other point we've ever seen him. Addresses you with the courtesy and respect, however. And I think that's it. It's just the two of them. And it is a fairly smaller table. It's probably like a 4-seating temple or table. They probably set up the tables every night considering the guest list. And all of her other people would be considered servants. They would like eat in the back, basically. But she stands up and pays you the courtesy as you approach the table. And she says, Yvaine Starbuck. What a peculiar name for someone of our heritage. But nonetheless, it's good to meet kin in such odd places.
It is good to meet you. Thank you for receiving me. And Yvaine will nod to both of them.
Says, please, since the Duergar are maybe not refined in their palate as we, but they have a certainly more exotic variety of tastes. So, it should be a good experience.
I don't often get to hear stories of your great lady of silk. Is how you refer to her.
We refer to her in many ways.
I was not aware she existed until 3-ish years ago. Give or take.
Ah, shoves it upward. And how did you regard her? And she looks at you a little bit more quizzically. She has a bit of a look on her lip of someone who is, like, there's clearly an impression of someone who is diplomatic, but someone who very much enjoys being an envoy, enjoys the game of diplomacy, of politics, and deception. And she smiles to you as she prepares for your answer.
I do not know her. But I quite liked the last Kettergeist.
met the Cadegeist?
I have. Indeed, I've met them both.
Yes, there have been some interesting rumors swirling around about the Cadegeist. Shame. Well, perhaps not a shame. I am told Jor-El held her service for many long, grueling centuries. She deserves her rest.
I agree. And it was quick.
And you have knowledge of the new one.
I do. Honestly, I mistakenly assumed you'd be her envoy.
We... The Cadogeist is the assassin queen of the Drow. An assassin serves her purpose best amongst enemies. So, it stands to reason we will not see her much in the moonshine. We do not come as envoys on behalf of Cadogeist. She is not our leader and master, though she was promised. Our priests, well, our more divine-based priests, tell us that she failed to acquire her crown.
Jor-El was not able to acquire the crown, that is true.
We're remarkably well informed about our people. But
Yes.
do you know anything of your homeland, of Rune-Shah?
Until I stepped foot into this place, I had never heard those words.
Well, I suppose that is a good thing. I suppose the Spider Queen would look proudly upon that fact. Make no mistake, you honor us by saying as such that our city remains secret, and so it shall remain. It's a very interesting, very different place. And it works. After all these centuries, it works. Mind you, very, probably more brutal than some of the softer places in the world, but I'll tell you this, Runeshock does not breed weak people. And if it does, they become strong or they do not remain. Someone such as you, I think, would thrive. You know, every kingdom in the dark is called monstrous by those who live near the sun, Starborn. Having never visited our worlds or attempted to understand our cultures, we are immediately labeled as evil and monstrous.
Since we're being civil and just talking. And you clearly are close with your goddess. Why are we fighting exactly?
I suspect it's a circle of violence, if I had to be sort of anthropological about it. You know, fought during the calamity, my people retreated underground to escape the violence of the Prime Deity's armies, and then there were people who wanted to strike back, and then there were people struck back against them, and so on and so on and so on it went, I'm sure. That is probably, I
Right.
imagine, why. Oh, and of course, not to mention the whole theological misunderstandings.
Well, there's always that, I suppose.
Yes. As you can imagine, to someone whose eyes burn like hot pokers have been stuck in their eye sockets, the Dawnfather would probably seem pretty monstrous to you if that was your living situation. And if you came from a culture that values trust and honesty, the Spider Queen would seem probably pretty monstrous to you. It's all about culture at the end of the day, isn't it?
Right. I get that part. It's just, it seems like, based on what you just said, you don't want anyone to know where you are. You don't want anyone in your business, right? You're perfectly happy knowing that I've lived the vast majority of my life, say the last day, without even knowing that, the name of the city, despite the fact that my mother's from there. Why expose yourself to people who are legitimately not searching for you right now? And again, I'm not trying to dissuade you.
I take no
I was gone
offense.
for 2 years, and I come back, and everything is insane, and I'm struggling to find out why. Perhaps it is just a cycle of violence. Lord knows I've been studying.
You are referring to the Ember King and my reason for being here as an envoy, or something else?
Strangely, I was.
Because I was here before you and Olgrim showed up, conducting my business in the dark.
Oh, absolutely. I suppose I was speaking more generally. The world on the surface is a mess, as you can imagine.
Well, we're told all manner of stories of the terrors and evils that happen on the surface world. So, you saying that it is a chaotic place right now doesn't exactly fall out of line with what we've been taught. But I am not so thick as some of my kind to believe that everyone knows something. They were kind enough to raise a Drow, someone corrupt with half their blood. Someone apparently was willing to even love a Drow from Roman Shock. So, your world can't be all bad. Possibly naive. But I will not make any assumptions.
I prefer this to my last encounter with one of my kin. Though I feel as though she may not have been in her right mind. It was quite a bit of ways north, and one of the many terrors of the Underdark, of course, are aberrations. They were working willfully or not for a thing called the Sightless One.
And if it's any consolation, I'd prefer to you to my last encounter as well. Shall we get some drinks?
Yeah.
Alright, bring out this grog you drink, and she'll kind of motion for drinks to be sort of brought out. And yeah, she'll continue to start chatting with you, and we will circle back to this to be certain. Make no mistake, Dryser, you're not just going to be sitting there quietly eating your meal without any interactions whatsoever. There might be some stuff, especially considering how timid you are.
But what if I just was just sitting having a quiet meal? What if?
Well, strength invites challenge. Let's put it that way.
Ugh.
All right. Tell you what. Let's go to our break right now. Feels like a good time to take that. When we come back, we'll maybe circle over to how. Okay, guys. So, um, Ember and Kiro, Team 3. Team Infiltrators. There's Team Dinner, Team Princess, Team Infiltrators. Okay. You guys make your way over to the vault door. You probably see that there is a number of guards there, not unlike what is guarding your door, which is to say, a bunch. And you kind of walk over. And
Can,
one of the dwarves looks at you guys.
can Kiro on a corner? So we're underground. I'm assuming these people aren't used to a lot of light. How much light is there in the corridors as we're walking?
Generally speaking, Duergar have dark vision. And considering that they've specifically built their city to be like shorter length hallways and turns and whatnot, distance isn't as big a problem. So I would say it's generally dimly lit everywhere.
Can she, in like a corner, as her and Ember are walking, just kind of look and make sure? Can't any like make sure nobody is looking, and she's just gonna cast invisibility on herself, kind of as they're turning around a corner, so she's in a shadow.
Absolutely.
And honestly, I think for her, and especially for her magic, I think the flavor, I guess, is kind of the reverse of stepping into a moonbeam. She just kind of fades out. And it's like 1 second she's there, and if you're looking hard enough, you can kind of see it, but otherwise, she just kind of slips into the shadow a little bit, if you will.
Cool. Very cool. Very, very cool. All right. So, Mr. Van Zyl, you are quote unquote alone in the hallway. What's the play?
I'm gonna walk up in front of the door and just look the door up and down with just an absolute look of disgust on my face. And then I'm going to deliver the line and spit on the floor.
Okay, you deliver the line, spit on the floor. The dwarf will. I want to be nice and give you a roll, but at the same time, you're a surfacer, and arguably worse than a drow in their eyes. So them being like, oh yeah, true, and getting up and leaving their guard post is like the honor guard of Emberhold is tough. So I'll tell you what. I'll let you make a deception check because it is a deception. You're trying to get them away from the door so that you can do stuff. Make me a deception check. It's going to be a pretty high DC to just, in one sentence, convince the honor guards of the castle to abandon their post.
Yeah, I'm 11.
An 11. You spit on the ground, and he doesn't look like, you do this, and maybe you hear some like, huh, from some of them in kind of like agreement. But the main guy by the door looks up at you, and he says something in his strange language at you. He says, kind of like says it with a bit of a that kind of look. And you interpret it as something, you can say something nice to you.
Okay. Well, that's kind of what I was afraid of. And I will walk a little bit up the hallway.
Yeah.
And when I get up the hallway, a little bit.
Yep.
I will take Red out of his flask.
Yep.
And then I will quietly say, I'm assuming that you're within reach. Please hold on to my left elbow.
Hero, hold on.
At which point I'm going to uncork the ever smoking bottle.
Oh boy. Okay.
And I'm just going to wait for it to fill the space. Because it'll fill a lot of space.
Okay. Smoke goes off. Yeah, it does. It fills a lot of space. It fills a lot of space very quickly. And fills the whole space. You hear the dwarves like yelling and yelling. You hear the sound of guard movement and like you kick the hornet's nest to be sure. What happens next?
Using Red's blind sight, I'm going to avoid the guards, get up to the drow door, knock on the drow door, get it open, get inside, close the door.
Okay, excellent. I'll have you make me. It's a very low DC. Let's say I'll give you a couple. Athletics, acrobatics. I'll even give you perception, and this is just to avoid folks as you walk through. I'll give you advantage too, because you can see and they cannot. Not a high DC at all.
Actually, that looks like the best option. Be a 17 acrobatics.
Okay, easily done. You just kind of get low and move, with a control exactly. And as they're kind of moving around, and there's like a clear what's up, dude? And it's clear someone's gonna go throw the alarm, and then shit's gonna kick off a little bit. But you get through them. The door opens, and there's a sound. You hear like and a couple of dwarves turn around and go and are shocked that the door's opening and go and start closing the door. But plenty of time for Kiro to slip through. No check required. You feel Kiro's hand probably leave your shoulder, and the movement of her going by you in that direction. As the door closes, there's no doubt in your mind Kiro made it inside. And still plenty of cover for you to kind of meander away if you so choose.
Yeah.
Okay. You get away without any issue. Where are you headed out of curiosity, Amber?
Well, I was initially going to try to follow Kiro, but
you
actually,
can go if you want. I'm
gonna follow Kiro inside.
Okay, absolutely. You follow Kiro into the room. They close the door. They seal the door. Did you bring the ever smoking bottle with you?
Yes, I did. I'm going to cork it.
Okay.
And as much as I hate to do it, the instant I'm inside their space,
Yeah.
I'm going to look for some place to stash it.
Got it. You seal it back up. You stash it. You find some fucking whatever, and easily done. You stash it. Okay, and you're in. I'll say this, Amber. You probably made the right choice there, my friend, going into that room. So you enter into the room. The smoke. It's an airtight door for the most part. So the smoke kind of fades as you enter in. I believe that's how it works. In the hall, it would go away. Yeah. Okay. Cool. That's probably good too. Is that some people on the initial might be like, it came down from that hall, and other people will be like, no, it came from in the door for sure. I saw it get sucked in there or whatever. So I think it was a very good choice. Good choice on your part. Anyway, you guys are inside. You've already received the description. You guys are in a very sort of lavish suite that is easily interpretive of a gilded prison. And as you look up, you're going to see four drow standing inside, who are like just standing there. Like, yeah, Kira, you hit him with the finger guns. Is that what you do?
They can't even see me.
Yeah, they can't see you. I thought you were like giving them the like, what's up?
I think she does freeze for a second because she is very, again, heists. She is very used to the getting caught part because not every plan goes off without a hitch. And so I think she does freeze for a second, and then she remembers that they can't see her.
Okay. Yeah, you give them the finger guns and no one sees it. And they just kind of stare at you for a second, and then kind of like, you know what? They're drow, and drow are frankly never first to violence. They're speakers. They're manipulators. That's what they do. So one of the drow brings his hand to his blade. Another one kind of brings his hand up and says, "Is there something that you wanted, stranger?"
Oh, yes. I've come to steal your secret intelligence and take it to the king in court.
Ah, well, at least there's some dignity about this, huh? Very well. And very kindly we'll draw his sword and we'll have a little initiative. Yeah, very, very politely we'll draw his sword and even give you a little swish and bow to say like, oh, appreciate how respectful this beanie is going. And we'll have a little violence. So I'm just going to use this as a little battle sim here. And you silly bastard. You silly bastard. That didn't work at all. Okay, Invisible Hero. And Ember versus a couple of drow lackeys. Yeah, we'll use these guys. I like these guys. We'll say these guys are over here. Here, they are not large size creatures. Just the bigger scale. Good. You got a little battle music going. Oh no, we're gonna have this.
Hey, Ryan.
Hey.
Since they technically don't know that I'm here, because they don't know that I'm here, do they?
Make me a stealth check. I should have asked that originally, but it's fine.
That's a 19 on the die for a 22.
Yeah, you're fine. I'll give you a surprise round. Give you a cheeky surprise round, why not?
These, you said there are 4 of them?
There's 4 of them, yeah.
I can't hit all 4. It's fine, I'll go for gusto. Can she, so a bonus round, do I get an action and a bonus action or just an action?
You get a full turn. Absolutely.
Oh.
You get a full turn
Geez.
before anything else kicks off.
Oh, that opens up options. Okay, well then can I summon my trident with my bonus action, and then for my
hold up a second.
Oh,
sorry. Just we gotta establish the order here.
Oh, sorry.
It's all good. Sorry, my computer's just moving. Whenever it's time to use it, it decides. It's like, okay, we're gonna go real slow now, real slow and careful. While we look up these stat blocks that we now need. I'm gonna just get it on my phone real quick. Come on, you bitch. Sorry, I shouldn't. What the fuck? There we go. There we go. Fuck, that's forever. Okay. They rolled. They rolled a 19. What did you guys get?
Hero
15.
also got a 9. Oh, Hero also got a 19.
Okay, a 15 from Ember. What is your dex, Hero?
+3.
You're gonna be one happy camper because that means you're gonna get 2 turns before anyone does shit. So you kind of finger guns at them, and they look right past you and Ember, and the lead guy's like, "Oh, well, I appreciate your decorum and everything." Meanwhile, you're off to the races. So take your first turn. These guys have no reaction, by the way. They're completely can't opportunity attack you or nothing. They're completely unprepared for what you're doing.
Can she bonus action summon her trident and then action for her surprise? She's gonna go for an Eldritch Blast because she gets 3 of those, and then just target, I guess, the 3 that are in the front or the 3 that she can see that she can hit.
Got it. So you will. So when you cast Eldritch Blast, it technically happens at the same time because it's a single casting. So you will have advantage on all your bolts, but you will lose invisibility after, of course.
Better than I
Go
thought
for it.
I'd
Give me
be.
3 shots of advantage. It's a fish. Get her.
And I'm not supposed to be this far under the earth. The first one is an 18. The second is a 26, and the third is another 26.
Hit. Roll me damage. You're just hitting 3 that you can see. Got it.
Yeah. The one, it's 10 points of damage and then 2 16s, and it's all force damage.
Sorry, that was wicked fast. Could you give me that again?
So, one of them is 13 points of force damage. The first one's 13 points of force damage. And then the last 2 are both 12 points of force damage each. I rolled a 10 and 2
Understood.
8s.
Got it. Yeah, you blast these 2 guys just like kapow. All 3 of them are, all 3 of them are immediately bloodied as you just like pow 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 them, and they're like ah and like spit up blood. The 4th guy's like, what the fuck? And then you appear from invisibility. Was there anything else you wanted to do? That was bonus action. Did you want to move?
How far away are they?
Not far. It's a fairly small room, like just over to here.
Can I get over? I have 30 feet. Can I get over to the guy? Because you said one guy drew his sword, right?
They've all drawn. Yeah. So this guy drew his sword because Ember was like, "We're gonna take your shit," and this guy's got his sword out too.
I'll leave Ember to deal with the guy. The other guy that drew his sword, I'll go over to him.
Okay, great. You make your way over to these guys. Great. So with that, turn order goes down. They're like, "Wow, we're keenly aware that someone's trying to kill us now." I mean, more than before. Ember is probably giving you the thumbs up, and then we come to the top of the true initiative. Hero, would you like to take your true first turn at now?
I would. So there, I see that guy. Is there another guy standing next to him?
Yeah, you're in within melee range of 2 guys, both of them bloody.
Beautiful. Because she is trying to honor the princess's words, can she try to go for knocking them unconscious rather than killing them outright?
Yes. The only caveat is you must use a melee weapon with physical damage on it, and you're totally good. So if you use your trident, yeah, you can knock them out.
Beautiful. Be nice.
Yeah.
The first one is a 24 to hit.
That'll hit.
And the second is, that's a little bit worse, a 22.
22 will hit.
The first hit is +5. 8 + 5 is 13 points of piercing damage, and I need a con save. The second is 10 points and another con save.
Okay, this one is still... This guy is still barely alive. You knock this one guy out, so I'm gonna put the Z's on him. He like gets shot, and you just appear and fucking like pew him in the face. This other guy, you slice into his leg, and then you kind of do the trident flip knockover. What did you get again? Sorry.
A Constitution saving throw, or con save.
Rolls a 13. This guy's built for dexterity.
He's knocked prone.
And he's prone. Oh no. Anything else?
No. I like what she's done so far. I'm good.
Fair enough. All right. No bonus action. No movement.
Not this time.
Okay. On their turn, this guy's gonna stand up with a look of like, holy crap, because in a space of 12 seconds, like, his guys are almost down, like his whole team is almost down. He's gonna like stand back up, and I think he's gonna do what any drow would do in a desperate moment. They're gonna use, like, he's gonna use his natural drow magic to cast a darkness on the room. As a natural sort of almost like a reactionary, like, natural defense kind of thing. Like, he only half thinks about it. And those bad boys have a 15-foot radius. So that's his bonus action. I'm very happy about this with stat blocks. Drow got better. And then he is going to whip out his sword, and he's gonna try and stab you. Give you a good poke.
As a note, Hero has Devil Sight, so she can see normally in dim light or darkness, magical and non-magical. So she probably, I'm like, no joke, she probably does it, and she locks eyes with the guy and kind of laughs a little bit, because she's seen the trick before and it should work, but it doesn't.
Well, to have cast this doesn't necessarily mean that. You know what? That's a good point. Because you look at the guy and laugh, and he's not looking at you. He doesn't have Devil Sight. He's just a drow. Like, he can do this, but that doesn't mean he can see through it. So I think he actually, like, is gonna start doing like a fighting retreat against you. He kind of just like blindly kind of stabs in the dark, and will do so blindly. So he technically just crippled himself. Not that he would have any reason to believe that he did that. He rolls pretty good at disadvantage though. Does a 19 hit?
No.
No. All right. Yeah. You just kind of just whatever. And he will try and like move away from you. Just like, again, this guy's almost down. So he's like in a fight or flight kind of situation. You want the opportunity attack?
Yeah, to knock him unconscious at this point.
Yeah, he starts moving back towards the wall, and you just kind of
just go to sleep. Go to sleep. Just shh.
Yeah,
okay.
They're gonna go ahead. Give him the what for?
27.
Yeah, with 2 hit points left, you're fine. You knock him out. He gets up and kind of like does almost like, again, it's like a cat just like reactively swiping. He just shoots his house, kind of swings into the air, and you're like, whatever. And as he backs up, you just kind of like knock him in the head, and he falls over unconscious, and his darkness goes out. You get the sense this guy isn't like the greatest warrior. These aren't the greatest drow warriors who were ever alive. They're more like a complementary force than an actual, kill high-level adventurers force.
The fighter part of her heart is like, why would you do that? Why would you know what? I'll teach you when you wake up. It's fine. We'll fix it. You can't be that bad. Come on.
These guys go, stop dishonoring our friend. We just got ambushed. They run into a flank. Like, haha, we learned about flanks last year. And they're gonna take advantage and they're gonna attack. That's gonna be... Oh, you know what? That's not what happens. They don't flank you. Well, one of them's going after fucking Fireboy with the nice mustache. So this guy will get you not at an advantage. He'll attack not at an advantage. So he rolled a 19, which I don't think hits.
No.
No, block it. This one runs over to you, Ember, the guy who was like, oh, very kind of you to whatever, and is now completely like, oh no, we're in a really bad situation, guys. And he runs at you. He'll cast Fairy Fire on you, make a dex save.
17.
17 will save, and he'll swipe with his blade as you kind of just move around, and it's a 9. He misses, probably.
Yeah.
All right, Ember. What would you? Yeah, Ember. From your perspective, you're like, like it probably looks like Kiro had some stuff that was getting pent up and is finally working out now. You're like, oh shit, half the room's almost gone.
And in Ignan, Ember will very slowly cause a flaming scimitar to appear in his hand. This is the point where you surrender.
I will tell you what, you may indeed make an intimidation check. You don't get a... I may have had him interact with you in common, but they technically don't speak it. But he's getting the point. he's getting it. He's understanding what's going on. Maybe an intimidation check.
Oh, fuck. 12. Stupid language.
Yeah, 12 will
barriers.
do. 12 will do. He throws down his blade, and he pulls out a hand crossbow and throws it down and goes.
I'll point to the bed. Go sit.
Yeah, he sits down on the couch. This guy's like, he's probably in some like stupid frenzy, whatever. Right now, he's in that like he's just like, there's no logic to what he's doing. He keeps fighting, but this guy's like, yeah, okay. He goes and sits down. He's like, sure. Also, he's done. He's out. He's just gonna like sit down. Anything else, Ember?
Yeah. I don't think it does any damage. I need to take a quick look. Quick like a bunny. Yeah, it's dex save. I'll have Red try to cinder blind the last remaining fighter. It's a DC 10 dex save.
Yeah, he just like swiped at Kiro, and he's like going for the reverse field because that's a cool and definitely effective thing to do in combat. And goes, and then this hand appears, and he kind of is like, "What?" And then smokes him in the eye, and he goes, starts like freaking out. Yeah, flicks some dust into his eye, and he starts clawing at his eyes in pain. He definitely failed. That's blind, okay. Right? He's blind now.
Yeah. That's blind until the end of the hand's next turn.
Awesome. All right, Kiro, you want to clean up this filth?
I mean, yeah. Now that you mention it, she probably does. She probably has been kind of bored, and this has been strangely therapeutic in a way. And so the last guy, if he doesn't want to sit down, okay.
Yeah, this guy's in like a, I don't know. Have you ever been punched and like you just kind of lose sense of like danger? You're just like angry and you kind of go into a little bit of a fury. That's kind of what this guy's doing right now. Stupid fury.
Well, she knows the cure for that.
Yeah. You're a sibling, you've probably experienced that, and they like hit you and you're like, fuck! Yeah, I don't care if I'm in trouble with mom, and you just like go fucking bananas a little bit.
Oh god, yeah. Listen, she'll be nice. She'll do it. It'll be quick and mostly painless. Just a little bit on the way down. 25.
It'll be a delayed pain, perhaps. He'll feel it when he wakes up in a couple hours. Yeah. All right, definitely hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
That's a D8. Ooh, 7 plus 5. 12 points of piercing. Oh, no. Yeah, 12 points of piercing damage.
Yeah, 12 non-lethal. How do you non-lethally take out this guy who's like reverse fielding a short sword and is like, clawing at his eyes and is like swiping wildly.
I think she recognizes it, kind of like you said. Like I think she in that moment is like, oh, I know that feeling, and this is not gonna go easily. And I think she just kind of slips inside his guard as he's swinging and make sure that it's the flat of the trident, not the edge of it, and just she hits it into his temple hard enough to knock him out, but like not as hard as she could have, and then just kind of catches him in at the front of his armor a little bit and sets him on the ground.
I I love the idea of Kiro going like, I see what he's going through. Okay, we're nothing too fancy. And then guy swings, and you use your like your level whatever. You use your mastery of fighting to like step inside of his guard, take the flat of your trident, and basically baseball bat this guy in the face. And he goes whoosh, and like a tooth goes flying across the room. And you like grab him by the shirt and like fucking neck jerk him forward and like lay him on the ground to a poof. And Kyo, you're like, oh, maybe I'm forgetting my own strength here a little bit, because that was pretty savage actually. But he's out. He's unconscious as hell. He's breathing, which is great news, but he's gonna feel it. And that's the battle. These guys were not built. These guys were these guys. You're not even sure that these were fighters. For all you know, these are like her personal like love slaves. For all you know, they didn't fight with like grand. You know, but yeah, you've taken the room. It's yours.
Kira will turn around, look at Ember. I had more to work out than I thought. Anyway.
Okay. Well. We'll liberate something to tie these blokes up.
Yeah, maybe a quick investigation check to find something to tie him up.
15.
Yeah, you go into what looks to be like the head envoy's room, and you're looking around and you find these like weird set of manacles that have like they're like kind of like rubbery. And you're like, oh, so weird.
Of course she does.
You bring him out and lock him up, and he kind of looks at them a little like confused. He's kind of like giving you a weird look. He's like,
and I'll just stroke his cheek very gently.
He's like, he like starts blushing, and he's very like tremendously. You can see he's like tremendously kind of confused, and maybe like a little turned on. But he just sits there obedient. Like, you don't even have him chained at it. He's just chained there, and he just sits like very obediently. Like, just like doesn't bother.
Okay.
Okay. You wish to loot the room?
Yeah. There were piles of documents and whatnot that I saw from earlier. Some communication crystal-y type things. All of those are on the to snatch list.
Got it. Okay, so I will tell you some stuff that you find. Well, first and foremost, those glowing crystals that are like positioned around the room at like specifically measured spots. Those ones you're pretty sure have something to do defensively. They haven't reacted yet or done anything yet as far as you can like visibly see. So you don't know if you've actually triggered what they're supposed to do. Do you do anything with them? Do you leave them be?
I will. I don't have a solid idea. I think I'm gonna leave him be. Lacking a better idea.
Fair enough. All right, if that's the case, you can start gathering some stuff. Okay, you find much more kind of haphazardly around the room a number of crystals with like clearly like arcane glyphs on them that are carved very particularly. I'll have you make an Arcana check there. Whichever one of you wants to do it. Make an Arcana check to try and figure out what they do and access them.
I couldn't hear what you were saying.
Oh, I was saying that would be Ember. Kiro's not our proficient in
Okay.
Arcana.
Okay. Yeah, Arcana check.
Well, that's a good time for a 19 for a 28.
Excellent. These, these would have stumped a lesser mind, because this is like this is an entirely foreign technology. You've literally like I can't stress it enough. You may be on Exandria, but you are in a different world, where things work differently. Magic works differently. So you kind of look it over and you're like figuring it out, and you kind of go like, okay, I can't use what I know about Arcana. I gotta think a little more. You kind of play around with it a little bit, and you're able to access them. And you realize that these are I'll see you like stroke your finger along the length of like some of the arcane runes, and it seems to like come alive, and it inputs a message into your mind, and you recognize that this is a psychic communication crystal. Essentially, it is a floppy disk. They can insert and extract information, and maybe there's other things you can do with it. But for now, that's what you discovered.
Cool.
I'll give you the contents of it in a second. I'm just going to lay out the rest of what you gather. Okay. While you're doing that, Ember, why don't you, Kiro, give me a general investigation, just to like collect stuff around the room.
That's not bad. That's a 14.
A 14. Okay. You are going to find. You're going to find a map of Emberhold in the room, which is cool. And also more cool than that, it is also going to have details on it. Do you speak either Elvish or Under? You don't speak Undercommon. Do you speak Elvish?
No, she doesn't.
Okay, Ryan.
Yeah.
I was preparing to do this.
Okay.
And it appears that it's going to be absolutely necessary.
Okay.
Lord Estrus, I wish that you were to grant us Eyes of the Runekeeper.
Ooh. Okay. Wow.
It is a warlock invocation from 2014 that grants the ability to read and write everything.
Okay. Yeah. Holy fuck. That is certainly going to start to come in handy. Yeah, I ain't being honest, having a pissy fit right now. Give me just a half a moment. I gotta look into some stuff here.
That's quite all right.
Wishes are, we gotta be careful with wishes.
Yes, I went for very simple, something that's within the warlock domain.
Yeah. No, that was very, that was good. Ironically, I think sometimes when people try and overcomplicate their wishes, it ends up actually screwing them over. Because they like put too much detail into it that makes it flexible, but sometimes simple is best. So, okay. Yeah, D&D Beyond is, I don't know what it's doing for you guys, but it is moving slow for me. Eyes of the Runekeeper is basically like forever comprehend languages, right?
Yeah, I can if you give me a second, I will scroll it down and paste it. Okay. It's a 2014, and when I tell you it is small, Ryan, it is small.
Gotcha.
That's the entire blurb onto it.
You can read all writing. All right, fair enough. So not actually dramatic. Okay. Okay, one of the following effects allow you to creatures regain all hit points, and 10 creatures with this resistance. You trace your power relative to I was going to do a single decent event by forcing you might be able to achieve something beyond the scope of the above examples, such as acquiring a new class feature. That would fit. The stress of casting a spell to produce any effect other than duplicating another spell weakens you. Okay, my friend. After enduring the stress each time you go. So you are currently under. Henceforth, will be up. Well, not henceforth, but you know, you are currently enduring the stress of a wish. So you probably have that there. You take a D10 necrotic damage per level of the spell you cast going forward until your next long rest. It can't be reduced or prevented in any way. Your strength drops to 3 for a number of days, which I know behind the screen. Okay. Yeah, Kira, you look over at Ember as he says this, and you see, like, he atrophies like crazy all of a sudden. I would even go as far as to say, Ember, actually mark it down on your sheet because your inventory might be too much to carry at this point. That has happened to me specifically before. Okay, next. I want you to roll me a D100, Ember, to see if you can ever cast the wish spell again. It's a 1 in 3 chance you will not be able to do it now. We're looking for
8.
There is a 33% chance you are unable to cast wish ever again. Unfortunately, that is below 33. And you feel that connection to magic 7. However, Ember, as you're looking over Kiro's shoulder and you cast the spell, the readings in Undercommon and Elvish do not transform on the page at all. It is simply that your mind has been flooded with every alphabet in existence, like the ability to interpret it. There's a lot of people who can read language but can't speak the language. That is exactly what you got now. You suddenly feel entirely able to comprehend anything you read forever. Hopefully a decent trend. I think that's a pretty cool thing. Yes, you look over her shoulder, you cast the spell. That's going to make your life a lot easier here in the Underdark, let me tell you. And as you look over her shoulder and read it, you're going to realize that this map of Emberhold not only is like a thorough map of Emberhold in its entirety, including some more restricted places, but it also has a lot of information about various factions within the city, including the Cult of the Crawling King, factions loyal to the general, factions loyal to the king himself, how they all get along with one another. So, actually a pretty thorough map of how to navigate Emberhold and its politics. So that is what Kiro has found. You, Ember, find 2 communication crystals of worth. There's some there that, like, you don't... these are psychic, so you're going to be able to interpret them silently. There's some of them that you don't understand because, like, there's too much context missing, where they're, like, referencing names and places and events that have no meaning to you whatsoever. Might be useful later, but as of now, mean nothing. What does matter to you, however, is that there are 2 crystals of importance. The first of which is there is reference to basically they're setting up a, how do I put it? The Drow are currently setting up like contingent false evidence to support that Ketwin's bloodline authentication has been falsified. That she is not truly the heir. And they're currently working on something to basically discredit her and her bloodline. So that's the first one. The second one is a message which initially doesn't mean much until basically she references herself. And this is a message from the High Preceptor. So the High Priest of the Crawling King. And essentially, it's sort of like a keep me in the loop about these surfacers. There may be, an angle here to use them. The Crawling King and the Spider Queen have not always gotten along, but I'm glad to see that we can work together to bring Emberhold into, diplomatic ties with, whatever the place is called, the Drow City. And basically is a very clear sign of alliance between the High Preceptor and the Drow envoys. They're like tight. Like it's clear that they're tight. So those are the three things you find in the room that have immediate importance and relevance to you all.
Ryan, you said I can physically tell how much Ember's strength went down. Oh, that's terrifying.
Yeah, he says this, and you're connected to magic. So you feel within your magical ability, your connection to the Raven Queen, your pact itself seems to almost flutter with the acknowledgement of an exceptional amount of magic being used and transferred. And you feel it indeed sort of almost like gravitationally, subtly towards Ember, and you look over at him and see maybe like his eyes go like sunk in, his cheeks kind of sink in, and his arms become like needle thin almost against the bones, and he is clearly like physically weakened and emaciated.
Instant out switch.
Yeah, instantly no longer like a healthy Fire Genasi, now like an emaciated, like probably struggling to walk around individual.
Ember, please tell me this is not a please tell me this isn't a regular thing.
Oh no, it's highly irregular.
Haha.
Do me a favor. Give me a hand with this.
Yeah. She'll take like everything that she can take to help him, she does.
Okay, cool. Yeah, you definitely do so. I will say, like, just for flavor's sake, really, because it doesn't have importance past that, the one conscious drow in the room has gone unconscious. From the, like, he is innately connected to magic, because he can detect magic and fairy fire and all these things. And the overwhelming presence of magic in the room was so much it overwhelmed him and passed out. So he is down.
Well, Hero will look around the room at all the bodies. Everyone's still breathing, right?
Yeah, everyone's just unconscious.
Well, I think we've accomplished everything we needed to accomplish. How are we getting out of here?
Okay. I have an idea. Over there, underneath that underneath that lid, I put the ever smoking bottle, crack the cork onto it. Red, come here.
Yep, Red comes over.
And Ember will slowly hold himself up to his feet and go, okay, so here's the way this is going to go. You're going to pop the cork. I'm going to knock on the door. Door's going to open. The smoke's going to pour out. When the smoke goes out, we go out. We leave the bottle here.
like it.
We use the smoke as cover, head back towards our room, and act the fuck surprised.
Is there any way you can ride in red for the duration of the walk
Oh,
back?
that's a fucking brilliant idea. Thank you. Here, hold this. I'm gonna go have a nap now.
Kiro
All
and
right.
Kiro before she uncorks the bottle, she'll again just step into the corner and go invisible, just so that
Well,
no one's the wiser.
I'll tell you what. I've been rolling back here to see like when they're coming through. Uh, as he goes into the ring and you cast invisibility, you like have your hand on the bottle and the door starts opening, and the guards come flying in, and they don't see you. And the bottle's sitting there. You want to try and slip out, or do you want to still try and uncork that bottle?
Oh yeah, no, she's slipping out. She's
All right. Okay, make me a spell check at advantage because they are blinded to you, so you will have advantage.
so glad I had her off. My dice like me. That's a 20, 20. No, flat 20. Dirty 20.
You simply push against the wall, move away from the Drow that they're probably going towards, being like, what the fuck happened? And wait for your moment, and then just simply walk up the door. Take your moments patiently and leave before anyone's the wiser. Great success. Very good. We will, and you can start making your way towards Ketwin to deliver the evidence or the information.
Conveniently, we have a map. We know exactly where to go.
Conveniently, you have a map. Admittedly, it's a map of Emberhold, not the Black Citadel itself, but you'll know where to go. Yes, it's not a thorough layout of the high fortress, unfortunately. Meanwhile, back in the room, Yvaine, you guys have been having some drinks, and making good small talk. And to her credit, the envoy is very charming. She isn't like, haha, like she's, you know what I mean. She's not a Vlad Dracula. She's sort of almost deceptively kind and open-minded and amicable. And eventually she'll just kind of look at you, and very like plainly with like an interested smile upon her face, and she says, "So, tell me, what we should just stop beating around the bush. What's the plan for you and your friends? I know you have your a would-be queen, and congratulations. That's quite a trump card to pull out of the back pocket. But what is your plans for me and mine?"
In what regard? I don't.
She's kind of.
I don't.
Just. Well,
I
I'll
don't
be
wish
honest.
you ill, and I don't actually wish you ill.
I
And
appreciate that.
I didn't. I didn't actually come here for that, priestess. Strangely, I reached out under clerical terms. There's nothing, I think maybe a normal individual would have to gain from this conversation. But the truth is, I am an oracle. Honestly and truly. And I've had three, one I didn't see so much as hear, but I've two visions. and one listening that belonged to a priestess of your goddess. I wanted to share them with you. It belongs to your clergy.
Make me a deception check.
No, that's not a deception. She really does, and she really will.
And that is fair, whether that's a second alternative, but you are in full knowledge that your friends are breaking into their room right now.
Okay. That is a 19.
19.
Which is not great if she's a high priest.
She kind of looks at you, and she's had a couple drinks, which is probably also a little disarming. Like, she's a little buzzed, and it's clear. And she kind of, which is like, she's kind of putting herself off guard willingly, which is a little weird, I guess. She kind of like looks at you, and then kind of sort of chuckles, and says, "Excuse me, sorry. You have our people's, I don't know, maybe you haven't lost all of your drow sense on the surface. You have a good way about you for this sort of thing. You know, in Runeshok, and again, this might not be very palatable to you. And to be clear, I want to hear what you have to say. It sounds very interesting, but I just felt I should explain myself. In Runeshok, we live under, the Spider Queen and her tyranny. I can say that. Nobody's really under any illusions of that. And it's a bit of a cutthroat city. So when you become an envoy, where you have to leave for large amounts of times, you have to have very reliable plans in place back home. And very reliable plans for when you're away. And more importantly, good instincts for who is lying to you and who wants to stab you in the back. And admittedly, maybe I'm just fond of you, but you're a hard nut to crack. So please, tell me your visions.
You want me to speak them, I will. I shall offer her hand. The real world, well, do you know the dream spell? We're in full light of everyone. The man is right there next to you. I will let you experience them as I've experienced them. I think to the rest of the world it'll be like 6 seconds.
Things appearing in dreams is not unusual to me, if that's what you mean.
I'm sorry, I've had a bit to drink. Did you want me just to tell you about them?
Whatever makes you comfortable here.
And she'll put her hand out and says, I'll show you.
Okay. I'm confused. What are we doing? She's
going to cast. Yvaine's going to cast the dream spell, and she's going to show her what
she's
she
awake.
saw.
You can't. You're awake. She's awake. The spell isn't awake. She has to be asleep for the dream spell.
If I put my hand, if we touch hands, I believe we can go to sleep immediately. Check spell.
Well, magic that puts people to sleep doesn't work on elves is an issue. Magic can't put you to sleep when you're an elf. That's yeah.
Can she choose to go to sleep?
I'm gonna just tell her. Let's make this simple. Just tell her.
So she will tell in not great detail because of over here, and she doesn't want overhears, but of the meeting between Asmodeus and the Spider Queen, where the Kedageist was created. She will tell her of Juriel's battle with the Earthbreaker. And she will speak of the Spider Queens, like, and it was only a conversation that she overheard. She never saw it. Mocking the new Kedageist coming back, crawling back to her. She'll omit the actual bargain. It was just the very first snippet that Yvaine heard before she had acknowledged or understood that it was her mother. The very first one. She will share all of those and say,
Huh.
"That's your law."
That's our lord.
You are a well-placed priestess. It belongs to your priesthood, yes?
Yes. You're very sweet. And it's gonna get you killed. That's not a threat. That's just a warning.
I know. I know.
No. Do you know the commandments of the Spider Queen?
Why didn't you remind me? I feel like I've read them before, but I truthfully don't recall.
I think for you, would be more interested in the first commandment. It is better to be loved than feared. And then there's caveats about how you may certainly try both. But that is it. It is better to be loved than feared. Always catches usurpers off guard. Which is to say that the second commandment, misdirection, slander, shadowed steps, are more functional than direct conflict. These are primary tools of our people, and possibly a tool you and your allies use very well. Now, with that said, we're enemies. I'm not fooled to this. There's no use pretending it's not true. For the third commandment says death to all elves who live under the sun and death to their allies. Now, ambition is important in Run Shock. Just because we're enemies doesn't mean we can't use each other to take down more important enemies. For example, as I'm sure you well know, the betrayer gods do not always get along. They're constantly vying with each other. And, there's a whole other conversation about I have no doubt the prime deities don't get along and they bicker in battle as well, whether they tell their followers or not. But that's an entirely other conversation. My point is, you have a purpose here. And I think that is to put your friend on the throne for a reason I can probably imagine. There's no reason we can't work together to get what we both want.
What are you looking for?
I am looking for alliance with Duragar. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean all the Duragar, but some of the Duragar, or at least a way to keep an eye on them. That is my purpose here. We wish to have influence. And if I may say, it would be prudent to understand that whether you like us Drow or not, if your Princess Ketwin becomes Queen Ketwin, Runeshark will remain ever her neighbor. And it may be wise to have Drow at court, at least to have an eye on these fellow neighbors of yours. If there is to be a new regime, I would see to it that we at least have a long-term ambassador at court. Is that so bad?
I don't think it is. I don't think it is. And I don't dislike the king.
I don't either.
The surfaces have no... I'm sorry?
Says, I want to be clear about something. We do not come here to Emberhold to destroy Emberhold or ruin its politics or conquer it through backstabbing and shadows. We wish to offer something to Emberhold which it has never possessed. Respect of a neighbor without pity or domination.
I don't... There's quite a bit I don't understand, and as you say, it's likely to get me killed. But I don't understand why they can't have more than one neighbour who looks at them the same way. No one from the surface is coming down to get them. We would like nothing more for them not to attack Westfall and involve themselves in a war that does not benefit them.
Well, that is a matter of the Duragar. We have not and will not ever have any power over their military. They remain firmly under the control of the Crawling King. And while my ambitions are to become an ambassador here and I have my allies, I don't particularly care if the Crawling King remains in power here. I only care that my home remains safe and allied with its powerful neighbor.
I don't feel like this is a situation where we have to sit across the table from each other, right? There may come a time where we have to fight each other, yeah? But this doesn't have to be that field.
Well, not necessarily me and you. If there comes a time where me and you are actively fighting one another, I can assure you it will not be because of my insistence upon that kind of altercation. I'm here to play the politics. I'm not here to kill anybody.
I could not agree with you more.
It is in this moment that an alarm goes off in... maybe that was a little opportunely on my part, as I got a little wrapped in the conversation there. Roll some dice. Yeah, the alarm will go at that point. At which point, yeah, the king is like in like full like Secret Service level. Like the king is like removed from the room through like a secret door behind the chair. The guards are called to attention. People stand up in the hall and start like racing out of the hall. And the envoy looks a little bit more like chill about it. You expect she comes from a city of like constant danger, even from allies, and kind of is like, I wonder what that could be. She kind of looks over at your table where there's two missing adventurers.
Yvaine will say this to her then. Did you know that during the calamity, there were at least two truces, the two that I know of, where the betrayers and the prime deities, put all their bullshit aside to deal with the aberrations and the things that the mages were bringing in from the far planes. There's plenty of reason for you and I to work together.
When you worship a god of lies, it leads you to wonder what is truth and what is false. And I pity you. When the schism first happened and the betrayer gods took one side and the prime deities took another, who's to say that some of your prime deities weren't initially on the side of primordials, and that some of the betrayers weren't initially on the side of the prime deities?
I've not seen that.
Nor have I. And why would such powerful entities reveal such vulnerabilities to us? She'll kind of slurp back the rest of her drink, and at this point, her bodyguard's going like, "Envoy, we need to move now." She sort of nods to him. She takes a last slurp of her drink and stands. And she'll put her hand on yours. She'll say, "Genuinely enjoyed the conversation. We won't stop there."
Same. I hope we can do it again.
She smiles and will turn with her guard, who will start making her leave. And she'll pay you a little wave there, Drystrom, of just like, oh, like a pleasant hello wave. And you probably have witnessed all the body language going on, Pierre.
So I'm going to go to Drystrom and say, why, I don't want to go to our rooms because of the whole, pouring lava thing. But we should, we should do something. Let's go. I'm just gonna go.
Do you think we need to go by there just to see if, or no, Ketwin? We need to check on Ketwin. If the alarms are going off,
We do need to, yes, we need to check on Ketwin.
We need to get to Ketwin.
We need to get to Ketwin. You are correct.
All right. Maybe a con save, Yvaine. You haven't been having a couple drinks. Just for funnies.
Okay, that's just a moment while I put my glasses on. Okay, let me see what I have to look at my con. I believe it's an 8, which would make this an 18.
Oh, very good.
Yeah, I took resilience so that I would have proficiency.
Right. Yeah, you're pretty much sober, Yvaine. You've had drinks and you've had drinks, but you're fully functional. Yeah, and you guys can head out and start making your way. Yeah, Tracer?
Oh no, I mean, if we wanted this to go faster, I could pick up Yvaine and just start going, but also we don't exactly know all the way there, and with the commotion, it's probably best to just.
Yeah, and probably asking a guard, hey, where's the restricted area that I'm not allowed into is probably not the best idea.
No.
Hey, where do you keep the nuke codes, if you don't mind?
Probably, it's probably more like, have you seen, like, the rest of our envoy? Have you seen Princess Ketwin? That type thing. Not.
Yeah, no, you're good.
I have a spell. I just have to find it. It's in the inventory. I have find the path. Like I can get a direct line.
That's
which I mean, there's going to be things in the way, so it's like we can't go straight there. Stop. That's not what I wanted you to do. Go back.
Well, find the path will navigate you there, right? It doesn't give you a direct route. It gives you the fastest possible route. So that's a good one. So.
Weirdly enough, for whatever reason, I thought that it meant like in a straight line. So like it might not be a straight line. It's a 1
No,
minute.
yeah, it's basically a spell that completely makes the entire ranger navigational power redundant. Here's how to get to wherever you're going at the fastest, most convenient route. Okay. Are you casting it?
I think it may take a minute to cast. That's what I'm trying to check. It's in the thing itself. Yeah, it takes a full minute to cast. And if I just start casting magic around here, like everyone's gonna freak the fuck out.
Yeah, probably. Considering you guys are like enemy number one, maybe not the best choice. You guys are definitely like left to somewhat to your own devices. Like the place is like suddenly flooded with soldiers and honor guard. Like the place is absolutely like checkpointed and locked down and everything. I gotta see what alarm phase we're at right now. They would call for a what alarm are they calling for right now? They would be calling this is a red alert. This is a confirmed hostile in the vicinity. So they are. Yeah, you expect the city of Emberhold is like walking down. And yeah, go ahead.
If Drystring can tell things are shutting down, it might not help in the world of soldiers, but she knows that these people find her intimidating. She's going to demand to know where Princess Catwin is.
Yvaine's going.
Yeah.
I would say Yvaine can cast locate creature because that's just an action.
Got it.
That doesn't take a minute.
But it also doesn't travel through stone very well, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Or actually, that might be fine. If I'm not mistaken from my other game.
I don't know. I'm just trying to find the princess.
You're casting Find the Path, right? You casting Find the Path? No. Okay.
No, I'm casting locate creature because Find the Path takes a minute to cast, and locate creature just takes a moment, or it takes an action.
Got it. I'll tell you what then. Dryser, when you ask someone where the princess is, there's generally like a number of people who don't know. There's some people who actually get like more like fear aggressive against you as you start to like do that. Yvaine, you sort of tap into the spell. I'd like you to make me a frankly, well, you're not in nature, you're in an urban environment. I would like you to make me an investigation check to try and be like, okay, she's in that direction. I need to go through this fucking labyrinth of a citadel. Like, how do I turn left and right to find her?
Can I guidance just because my insistence on finding Princess Cat?
Yeah, of course, absolutely. No problem.
All right, so you said an investigation check?
Yeah.
All right, let me just pull it up. I believe it's a +4 for me.
And
that's
a D4.
Excellent. Thank you. You know what? No, I haven't been liking the way you've rolled. Let's roll you. All right. And then I need a D4. All right, so that is 14 plus 6 is a 20 plus 3 is 23.
A 23. I would like you, Dreiser, to roll me an intimidation check again. This isn't necessarily about being as intimidating as possible, but using it well, so that you're let through and not held up by people who are like, oh no, stop, you're done. Like you're not going anywhere.
22.
22. This is about controlled intimidation, and you use it well. I'm a big fan that, like, when you roll low intimidation, that's just you going up to someone and screaming in their face. Like, you're gonna get nowhere doing that, right? And much like any character can get angry and fight when they're angry, a barbarian can use their rage well. They know how to use anger as opposed to just having a lot of it. So in this case, you use your intimidation as sort of like subtly threatening to be like let us through, like we're not a threat to all of this, but you also don't want to get in my way. In a very sort of maybe even like a passive aggressive, like look at me kind of way. You guys are going to be able to eventually indeed catch up with Ember and Kira, who are already they're gonna be the first guys there. But as you guys are going, you're going to encounter like a number of response units that become active in the Citadel. You are going to see that there's like a number of you see that they release all of these, like you saw the despot, the metal guy with like the flame arm and everything, and he's like got a head mounted on a construct basically. You see like a unit led by like a warlord and like a number of other types of Duergar you've seen before, accompanied with like more of these like mecha abominations, sort of just like unleashed in units making their way through. You see one where like a unit is being led by like a high, heavily plated war priest, the Crawling King, is leading like a huge phalanx of like Duergar heavily armed warriors with like psychic blades. Like they have very clear response units for different things, and yeah, you're like holy fuck. Either way, Kuro and Ember are going to get ahead of all of that, or at least around all of that first and foremost. More you than anything, Kuro. Ember, you're keeping an eye on things through the pane of glass, but Kuro, with your invisibility, you are going to be able to. These guys are good. They know what they're doing. The response times are fast. There is no like fucking around. There's no like confusion. There's like okay, this is happening, this is what I do, and they do it immediately. So here's what I'm gonna ask from you. This is about speed and agility. You're invisible enough that you're gonna get through places. I'm not worried about that. Maybe an acrobatics check to like slip past people in your invisibility without rousing suspicion.
Oh, that's a 23.
23. So here's your experience, Kiro. The horn, you open the door, and the horn's already been active for a while. Most doors are like locked and sealed shut as you run by. Like the vaults are all closed, doors into other wings are closed. The place is like locked down when you guys have like left after the horn going off. You do manage to slip inside, due to your dexterity and your stealth, into those into the war rooms, and you're going to come to. You probably knew where to go to get here because of the message from Catwin would have told her how to get there. So you, with that information, you get up to the door, and you're not getting through here in invisibility. It's like a. Oh, you know what? Actually, considering response, you get there and nobody's there. Ketwin isn't there. The general isn't there. I want you to make me a perception. Or actually, better yet, what's your passive perception?
A 17.
Excellent. You're like, what the fuck? Wait, what the fuck? You're like, oh no! Come on, man! You like overhear some people. They're like, "Where's the general?" This is he's been taken to emergency command. They go, good, as he should be. They're locked down. Well, the Princess Ketwin's with them too. Surely King Thembril II as well has been made there by his security. Or they're like, are you sure? And he goes, well, they're en route. And he says, be sure. And he goes, no, he's en route. So that tells you that the general and Princess Ketwin have been evacuated to whatever that is, emergency command. And hypothetically, they're on the way there now, and will get there before the king. So you need to get to emergency command. Good. 17's pretty good. Give me an active investigation or perception check.
Her perception's way better than her investigation. And my dice like me. It's a natural 19 on the die for a 26.
Okay. Something cool's gonna happen. You start running. You're like, you hear from someone like basically one of the Duergar warlords is like taking one of his seconds and he goes, go to emergency command now! And you're like, oh, great, I just gotta follow him. You start following after him, he's making his way, you're following after him. You come by, you're running with this guy, and you come by this like major prep barracks kind of area, and you see this massive door that is decorated with like fire giants, and you see the door open, and you see like one of these like heavy response honor guard squads come out with like a speedy urgency, and the one in the center is bearing a large maul, and the head of that maul is a pristine block of molten like hardened magma, and they seem to be like, they're like, get it to the king, get it to the king. And you see these guys are like, you're kind of like doing this thing. Do you try and claim the vestige?
No.
Or do you let the opportunity go by and make your way to emergency command in Ketwin for the original plan?
I promised so many people so many things, and I promised I'd be good. She's not gonna go for it.
Oh, okay.
I'm being a
All
team
right.
player. This being a team sport is terrible for me.
You're totally being a sport and a team player. Because they don't know you're there, bro. Like,
No.
They're secure, but they don't think the enemy is here right now. That's for sure. It's a split second thing too, because you're like, oh, okay, I'll let it go. And they make their way past you, and those original doors into some kind of like vault reseals, and then the doors behind those guys with Pyre Maul moving through the Citadel seals behind them, and the opportunity's gone.
I will say it is a split second. She's a team player. Two, she has done nothing but see, especially from a fighter perspective, how good these people are at stopping somebody in their tracks. And again, that is not even blind. Yeah, no.
Fair enough.
There are limits. But she does commit his face to memory as soon as she realizes what it is, because god damn it.
Do you think your mom would have done the same thing?
Oh, absolutely not. Oh.
I had to throw the question out there.
And the worst part is she probably would have found a way to make it work and walk out the front door like nothing happened. That's the worst part.
I don't know, man. They're pretty secure here. Your mom's good, but she's good on the water.
That's true.
So that was you let it go. You let it go. The pirate side of you goes but the responsible warrior hero in you lets it go, and maybe next time. You follow this guy through, and you basically get to like a deeper floor within the Black Citadel, and you are going to see essentially like a door is currently open and heavily guarded by two of these like mech things that beat the shit out of Yvaine are standing like at the door as just like stationed guards, along with like, you know, the flood of Duergar running around. Like this is like every movie you've ever seen where the president's been brought to like the war room and is like, you know, this is all of those. So all the guys running around going crazy. You see inside is the general talking with his subordinates, and Ketwin is sort of like seated in the corner with her contingency. What do you do?
She's gonna try and hug the wall and stay out of people's way as best she can and make her way over to Ketwin. Not close enough that Ketwin would immediately notice that she's there because she's not trying to freak her out yet.
Got it. Okay. I'm gonna carry over your acrobatics check. That's fine. You've still been dodging people, so you're good. The acrobatics goes well. You make your way over to Ketwin, sort of against the wall. The good news is Ketwin is here out of like a safety protocol. She's not here because her war skills are valuable, but because she's like an MVP. That's why she's here. So she's kind of sitting on a chair in the corner with a guard next to her, looking a little like this is crazy, man. And everybody else in the room is like, generals and lieutenants and being like, do we have any confirmation about the hostiles? Like, where the Drow vaults is where they were attacked? Okay, I want you to send, and then they're sorting everything out. And he's saying things like, I want you to, I'll give you some names of some calls he makes in the moment. He says, what is it? Come on now. Yeah, here we go. He says, okay, subterfuge is too intense. Send out the closed eye units. Make sure that there's plenty of black chain out. This is only a red alert. Nothing for black is the king on the way. Okay, excellent. I want the heavy containment units on standby. We're not dropping the anvil yet. I want basilisk containment units out there. Get Stone's Mercy running. And he's like making all of these like coded military shorthands going off, and things are in motion. Like they're reacting like this is a full invasion going on. How long do you stand there, kiddo?
She's gonna kind of wait. I imagine that the room is fairly loud. Like if a whole bunch of people are moving in and out constantly, and so I think she just kind of waits for, I guess, the noise to pick up a little bit, either as orders are being given or people are coming in, just in case. And she's gonna kind of lean in next to Kedwin and go, "Do not scream. It's me."
She like winces and catches herself, but
Relax. Act natural. We got the documents. That's the good news. Bad news is, this alert is also kind of because of us. And also, never mind. She'll take the documents out and kind of try to slide them onto the table next to Kedwin from behind her, just in case, like, were anybody to look, it would just look like the documents were resting there the entire time, and that Kedwin was the one that had them. That's what she's trying to make it look like, just in case. But she's just gonna kind of slide her the documents and say, that was with oh god, those were in the Drow's quarters. Look through them to yourself before you do anything with it. I'll still be here. Just act natural. And she'll kind of go stand like pressed up against the wall, just so that nobody's bumping into her, but just close enough that if she has something to say, she can say it.
Got it. She is going to very subtly start looking through things. She kind of like looks at the map, reads it through, and then kind of like puts it back on the table very quietly, and kind of very quietly. There's no attention on Catelyn right now. She's not the priority or interest. They're like, we got this bitch in the corner. She's not important. She very quietly kind of goes, keep the map. Just keep the map. And she just kind of leaves the map on the table. And then it disappears as your hand goes over it and claim it. She looks through the rest of it. She's looking through like the crystals. It's the crystals in the map that you guys took.
Mm-hmm.
And she like kind of fits the crystals into her pocket, and gives us like a subtle nod, as if to say like, we're just gonna wait this out. Time passes, where the alert goes on, and eventually, eventually the Duergar sort of look to the general. The general sighs, and he says, the general Holdfast, that is. He says, we're going, all right. And by the way, it's been like a half hour by now. So you've waited for a while. So after like a half hour, they're like waiting. So still no reports. No one's been found. There are any attacks on the outposts. No word or flares have been lit. What about the gates, the barracks? There's nothing. The city's on complete lockdown. There's no sign of anyone. Okay. What about the searches? How thorough have the searches been? It says the districts have been psionically and magically scanned for intruders. Nothing inside the city is the issue. It's the palace. They were attacked in the vault. Now, what about the palace? Have we scanned the palace? And then they go, yeah, no, the basilisks have made their way through, the response units have made their way through, the area has been locked down and watched out for. Two of the surfacers were insisting on getting into restricted areas, but we sent them back to their rooms and locked them down inside. You think it could have been them? We'll need to investigate, sir. Okay, we're going to keep the Citadel locked down, but I want to raise the lockdown back down to orange states. Very good, General. And then he'll say, "Go get Thangro. The king should be appraised of the situation. He'll make the final say." A little while later, maybe 10 minutes later, and Kira, you're like, "I'm checking down these invisibility minutes." King Thangro II enters within. He says, "General, report." Well, to be honest, actually, you don't understand what's being said here a lot. I've made the entire mistake where you're hearing them kind of like, they're speaking in their undercommon language. You're watching the time click down, and at about like 52-ish minutes, the alarms kind of stop, and you get the sense they've let out some report to kind of like reduce security, and the generals all kind of stand up agitated that shaking their heads and whatever. Some eyes are being turned in Catelyn's direction. You get the idea that it's sort of like a fool me once, shame on me, fool me twice, or fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me situation, where over the last week, they've had a major emergency lockdown when their outpost was taken because of you guys. And then they had probably some kind of alert go off when they captured you to the teleport. And now something else has happened in the guest quarters where you're all staying. And they're like, yeah, maybe it's those adventurers. Possibly. Maybe, if we were to guess, who would attack There wasn't us attacking the Drow, so who else could it have been?
They attack themselves. They're crazy.
Yeah,
they're crazy people.
They beat the shit out of each other. So they're like, lock down the. They say you don't hear what they're saying, but there's clearly some notices going on. And he walks over and again starts speaking to Princess Catelyn. The unfortunate news is we're not going to be able to understand the actual conversation that happens next. So, Kira, question for you. You could follow Catelyn out back to the general's office as they're going to resume their conversation. Apparently, he's probably going to be like, "So, anything you want to tell me?" That's probably what it's going to be. Do you want to be present, or do you want to take the opportunity to follow Catelyn to the exit and then kind of slip out?
She would take the exit to slip out, because also based on those conversations, if they already suspect us, it's not going to be too long until they go knocking on our quarters to see where we are. And I would rather not look suspicious and not be there.
Got it. Well, we'll say that the key notes of that, especially where they're suspecting you guys, maybe Catelyn was kind of translating a little out of the side of her mouth, and that's why you know that.
That's right.
So you can slip out and head back. And now it's in Catelyn's hands. You guys have done your part. Now she has to do hers. You leave, Kiro. Good news is you run out of invisibility just as you return back to the Crown Holds. The Crown Hold District. You kind of slip out of the War Room's restricted space, and you get found, and they're like, "Hey, you! This is lockdown. What the hell are you? And they speaking in their language, right? And just like yelling at you, and you're like, okay, I'll go with you. And you get sent back into your room, into the vault room, which is like almost like a hilariously large amount of guards outside the door, where you will find Yvaine and Dreiser. You two definitely didn't make it into the restricted areas during the lockdown. You guys got thoroughly escorted back to your room, where you guys have spent the last hour hanging out, and Hiro gets pushed into the room.
She definitely plays it up and is like, I didn't do, especially because she can't understand. She's like, I didn't do anything. Leave me alone. All right. And
They're
as
like,
soon
how
as
did you Mortis got down? And they're like, clearly neither can understand one another, but you guys are just yelling at each other.
just you'll understand the feeling. You know what I meant.
Yeah. You're just like yelling at some guy in a random country, just and then he like closes the door and you guys roll within. And I'm sure, Ember, if you so wish, you're generally aware of what's been going on if you wish to pop out.
Yes, but I need to do two things.
Okay.
One, I need to do 100 points of damage to myself.
Okay.
But
You want to tell me how you do 100 points of damage to yourself?
What?
I'm going to take a heated melon baller, and I'm going to give myself a series of, looks like sucker marks coming down my face.
Oh, you fucker. Okay, great. Great.
And I have a healer's kit, so I am then going to bandage those.
Okay, great. Oh, okay. I think I'm starting to understand. Okay. Yeah, sure. Is there a second thing you wanted to do inside there?
No, that's pretty much that's pretty much everything.
Just for fun, maybe a medicine check. Just for fun.
14.
14, okay. Yeah, you generally bandage yourself well enough. Ember pops out, and Hiro, you're gonna be like, what the fuck? As he's like bandaged like the side of his face. Yvaine and Dreiser, you guys see like it's a total like sort of moment as you see Ember appear like entirely emaciated, as like he just walked out of like a prison camp or something, and is like bandaged and burned horribly, which says something for a fire genasi. And that's the sight you two see.
Okay, in my defense, he didn't look that bad when he went into the ring. What happened?
Yvaine puts her hand up and grabs a handful of diamond stuff because she always has it.
No. Not until we're investigated.
I would like to go on record. This was not my idea. I had no parts of this.
You realize we could have handled this all quite diplomatically. The priestess and I had a lovely discussion.
Yeah, well, we didn't have a lovely discussion with 4 of her people.
It wasn't that
so
bad.
there's going to be an investigation. Oh.
That's why we bring Ember with me. No. That's why. No, it's good. It's fine. So what do we need to do? No.
Oh, and there's this. And Kira will pull out the map and hand it over to Yvaine and fold it open.
Yvaine will start translating in time. She speaks both languages.
Oh, I think Kiro forgets how new her gift is. I genuinely think she does. And like she just starts pointing to places on the map. Yvaine, you realize she can read all of this. She forgot.
He's like, I didn't know you. You don't speak Undercommon.
I am going to say, so I'm going to say this. My philosophy for Wish is that it will always try and produce the minimal amount of power. And that's where the sort of trickery comes from with the wording. So Ember said, grants us Eyes of the Roomkeeper. So Ember absolutely got Eyes of the Roomkeeper. But us meaning like it will have interpreted that as like us being like, give our party access to it, not necessarily give all of us the power of the room. So while you, Kiro, are a little like befuddled by it, Ember, you have the perfect translation power at this point. So that's how that's what I'm supposed to do as the DM, is fuck up the
No,
witch.
I like it. I like the way that works. No, the idea is really, really, really cool.
Cool. But yes, Ember can read it, and Yvaine, you'll be able to read it too, because you've got Elvish and Undercommon, right? Yeah, so you two could both read it just fine. As a fun note, I had a character once who got the Detect Magic invocation, like the permanent Detect Magic invocation, and I gave him like a different colored eye. Does Ember's eyes look differently now that he can perfectly interpret language?
Yeah. I'm thinking they're standing flames.
Ooh! You just have like embers for eyes. That's you're just
Yep.
like, wow, okay, damn. All right, yeah. So add that to the description. On top of the bandaging and the emaciation, Ember's eyes are like just like yellow coals.
So Yvaine looks right at him and just says, go fuck yourself. And like she swears at him in Undercommon the way she has sworn at Zarvalg. Just like,
Got it.
and you guys have heard her swear when she was getting her eyes scooped out. She actually does swear like a fucking sailor.
All right. Got it. So why don't we say, yeah, Ember, you're maybe the eyes are like, it's entirely up to you, but maybe the eyes are like generally similar. Maybe if you look closely in the irises, there's almost like flaming runes, and then when you actually start reading, your eyes kind of like ignite to read through. Yeah, you guys read it, and if you need it, you can take a short rest, and the two of you can start reading through. And yeah, you are going to find that this map generally maps out Emberhold. Its districts very quickly are as follows. There is the Ashgate District number 1, which is the major defensive district. The entire district is based on keeping the front gate fortified. That's all it's for. It's ballistas and watchtowers and defenses. That's all it is. Where you guys were earlier today was the Cinder Warren, which is floor 2, just beneath that. That's where the commoners live. Beneath that is called the Foundry Labyrinth. That is industry. That is furnaces. That is hot steam. It's where they build and smith. There is a sort of secret level on the map. It's kind of like level 3.5, and this is called the Chainway. And this is like the heart of the city's like mechanical infrastructure. All of the various like vertical like lifts, all of the like steam routing, like this is like the belly of the ship. This is the engine. This is where all of the maintenance and mechanism of the entire city happens on floor 3.5. This is the chain works. Beneath that is the Iron Barracks. Now this is basically 2 floors into one. This is a military barracks, but that is a very, very small way to call it. This is where they keep their army, an entire army. It says that it's large enough to hold like up to 500 warriors comfortably. So they keep they keep an army in there in case they need it. That's where they train and keep their armies at the ready. Beneath that is an entire floor, an entire district known as the Temple of the Lowest Chain. And this entire district is a religious district dedicated to the crawling. Which centers on like a single massive temple. And then beneath that is where you are, the Black Citadel. Now, across the map, it's going to speak of the various alliances and factions within the city. It seems to be that amongst the commoners, there is a very large, very large is wrong, a growing sympathy faction for the return of the queen. I'll take any opportunity to say anything similar to return of the king. Sorry about that. But anyway, there is a growing faction, which is known as the Successionist faction, and it's growing amongst the commoners, and it's also considered to be somewhat quietly but largely present within the military. So that's the Successionist faction. I gotta get you all this out correct here. Yeah, basically they're like, there's basically writing in the margin, which is like, uh-oh, they're coming alive. Because up until now, while they were like, yeah, like the old king and the old queen, the old regime was great, I mean, that doesn't serve anything. There's no heir, but now that the heir is here, the Successionist faction might be getting a little heat under its ass. So there's that. They wonder if the Forge Marshal, who's essentially the warlord. Oh no, I got that wrong. I'm so sorry. General Holdfast, that's the one. General Holdfast is generally, they have wrote on here like, is he in charge of the Successionist faction? Maybe the secret leader of the Successionist faction? We don't know, but he's definitely hard and fast in charge of the military. The military, on the surface, supports King Thangral II's rule hard and fast. Now, as for King Thangral, the royals generally have up until now been very against this Successionist faction and the idea of a queen or like a successor or an heir coming about. They've done everything they can to like suppress the Successionist faction, if not wipe it out. There might be writings on the margin about how your guys' reception at court had an unexpected effect on the king, and that it needed to be dealt with. More than that is not revealed on this page. What next? What next can I tell you? Okay. And then there's the High Preceptor. There is the Cult of the Crawling King. They write down like, we are allies. We are really cool with them. Like they are, they've got a firm grip on the king at court. They answer to the High Preceptor, Montgara, who is basically acts as the will of the Crawling King and is associated with the Witness Below. They're a very powerful political agent in the city. There might be a little something of like, what are they hiding? On the page there too. Even from the Drow, they're like, what is our allies hiding? And those are the factions. There is the current royals, there is the Successionists, there's the Cult of the Crawling King. And then there's the Drow envoys, obviously, which is this map is based on. Those are the four factions in the city right now. And that's their relationships. At this point, Ketwin will return and be returned to you all.
Princess.
She goes, oi, that was loud, but seems to have generally worked out. She looks a little apologetically. She says, I tried to negotiate for their armies to put information about the armies going to Western. He said that they hadn't arrived yet. That was the best that he would give, but he wasn't willing to stand them down. I asked him if he would be willing to have a temporary ceasefire, but he disagreed.
Oh, oh yeah,
So
no,
sorry
they're
about
not going
that.
to do that until you're actually queen. The Drow ambassador made an offer, and it's worth considering.
Oh,
Obviously, you never trust someone. However, my understanding is that it is common to keep a way of communication in times of war. And she cares more about the position than whether or not it's the Crawling King or one of the prime deities who reigns here. It's not a problem we have to fight if we can unleash the aberration. It could be more a good way to learn more about this city. Nobody knows anything about it. It could be one less fight to fight now. I'm not saying I'm not giving you counsel. I am telling you that is what was offered. I am not making any suggestions. I am merely telling you where we came.
well, then yeah, no, it's good to know. I shared the information with the general, the crystals, so he, knows it was us who did it. But he doesn't like the Drow all that much, so he's agreed to keep it to himself. I was able to negotiate that with him. He's still got to do his due diligences. He was already pretty certain it was all of you, which is fair, I guess. But he's actually very interesting. He's interested in, as you can probably imagine, as a general, he is interested in military success. So he wants to defeat Westcrim for, the sake of success and glory. And also rather interesting, he doesn't like peace, and his explanation was that he's every time Emberhold has had peace, it's become a surface advantage, or an advantage for surfacers, and it's kind of stung us in the butt, is what he said, which I guess makes sense. So he wants to go to war, but a good thing is he doesn't like the cult of the Crawling King. He doesn't like it at all. He's tired of them interfering in military affairs. So more bad news. He doesn't like you all at all. He doesn't like any of you at all. And I think if he had his way, you would have all been executed. I'm sorry to say. I'm just going to be honest about that. But the good news is that he doesn't think that about me, so it was probably good that I went and had the conversation. He seems very skeptical about me, especially because I'm associating with you all, but not, hostile towards me, which is great. And I think the information went a long way.
Well, I have a very good alibi in that I was in the dining hall and the king was in the dining hall. So he knows full well that Drycerin and I had nothing to do with it. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but
well, he knows it was pretty apparent we did it, because I handed over the crystal things from their room, and I'm not gonna disrespect him by lying to him, right? I didn't hand them over, but I let him examine them, so I still have them. But it's not all a bad thing. He made me an offer. He said that, I don't know, I think we can win him over, but he's really into the military, and he doesn't trust the Crawling King's temple. I think if we go to the Temple District and we can find some kind of evidence that the Cult of the Crawling King has been messing with the military or getting in the way of his plans or something like that, if we can bring him evidence that the Cult of the Crawling King has been interfering with the military, he will probably come to our side of things, like whole and hard and fast.
All right.
That's a good thing, isn't
I
it?
don't have. Okay, I don't know how to. That's like it's fantastic. That's a good idea. I don't know that they're going to let us leave these rooms. It's very nerve-wracking.
Definitely not.
Oh, he'll let us leave the rooms. I mean, like I told him, like I was like, here's some evidence that the Drow are up to no good. And then he listened to it and was like, yeah, they're totally up to no good. Fuck those guys. Uh, I'll keep it to myself because fuck the Drow. You didn't hurt the Duergar. So, you know, we'll keep this under the rug for now. But I want you to go investigate the Cult of the Crawling King. And if you can
And
find evidence that they've been against the military, then maybe we'll have his support.
and our official story is that you had concerns about the Drow and dispatched two of your folks to investigate the situation, and we were attacked.
Should I suggest something different? That one of you
What
sensed
would
an
that be?
aberration.
Oh, that will become readily apparent.
It's a better cover than if you were just immediately starting on the Drow. The ambassador and I were literally with the king all night, so
Yeah, but you two weren't.
Technically, nobody saw us.
Oh. Then
And
maybe the cover is just, man, I wonder who did that. That's terrible that happened.
the smoking bottles in their room, let them be the ones to explain it.
Which is why it got left there.
Well,
Which is why
great.
the scars stay.
All right.
that's
Because all of
fantastic.
this is explainable by weird aberration nonsense.
Okay, I don't
Who
know if
would do this to themselves?
I don't know anything.
I don't know Ember who would do that to themselves, actually. All right. Good. So, success. We did it. It didn't go quite according to plan, but we came out on top. That's a good thing. We did great. Good job, you all.
Yeah.
Not dead. Further than I
And
thought would be.
now we can do sort of a two birds, one stone thing and, fuck up the Cult of the Crawling King and make the ally an ally of the military. If we're successful, of course.
And where will we send the military?
Oh, I mean, I don't know. I mean, politically, I guess, right? This whole city runs on the military. They have power and political power, and that's important.
Yeah, that is. There's a city of mind flayers underneath you. I have no idea how you take that on.
You don't.
Yeah.
You take out the Drow.
Well, we've got some leads ahead of us. We'll investigate them tomorrow. For now, let's get some sleep. And I think write this off as a victory, because we've opened a couple of doors to move forward with. So, good job, team. And we will make plans for next week.
Boy, oh boy. Lord. This
Before we part, Yvaine would cast Dream Walk on everyone.
Cool. Yeah, absolutely. As usual, no problem.
And like pets included if they're